Good afternoon and welcome to the January 27th, 2026 County Board recess meeting. I am Board Chair Matt DeFerranti with Vice Chair Maureen Coffey and members Susan Cunningham, Julius J.D. Spain Sr., and Takis Karantonis. This is virtual. We'll get into that in a minute. It's been a while since we've had a virtual meeting, so I hope folks will bear with us as we do. There are a few items we must address that are related to why we're virtual in consideration of this weekend's storm, the declared state of local emergency. I would first like to make the following motion, and I'll be looking for a second. I will need to call out who does the second, so if you can avoid colleagues all saying second at the same time, that'd be great. I move that the county board finds that one, the catastrophic nature of the current declared emergency makes it impracticable or unsafe to assemble a quorum of the county board in a single location. And two, the purpose of the meeting is to consider items that allow the board to provide for the continuity of operations of the county board or the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. So it's been moved by me, seconded by Mr. Karantonis. For those at home.
Ms. Coffey, Mr. Chair, I think she was first.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Ms. Coffey is the second, and Mr. Karantonis, I appreciate you correcting me there. So just so people are aware, I will speak ever so briefly to this with one salient fact, which is the federal government historically has not typically gone to remote or closed its operations for the second consecutive day today. It did. That is part of why we have a serious storm here. Anyone who's tried to shovel or been outside knows that we do, and thus we have the motion and the second. All those in favor, I will ask via a roll call. Please say aye. Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Vice Chair Coffey.
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Spain.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So 5-0, we have now ratified the motion that would make this a declaration of emergency. Now we will turn to a second bit of items related to this, some of what I spoke to, and I will move that the county board consent to the county manager's declaration of local emergency for the reasons stated in the document titled Consent to County Manager's Declaration of Local Emergency, and authorize the board chair to sign the document on behalf of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Spain. Just for context, those are the reasons why we declared a local emergency, and they're in greater detail than what I just said. So I'll move now to a roll call vote. Vice Chair Coffey.
Yes.
Mr. Spain.
Yes.
Mr. Karantonis.
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, and the chair votes yes as well. That motion passes 5-0. We've approved the reasons for why we are approaching this. Before we start with today's meeting, to the substance more broadly, I'd like to take a moment in remembrance of just over a year ago, the Potomac River mid-air collision and the 67 people who lost their lives in that fatal crash. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor their memory and to recognize the first responders whose courage and service helped guide our community through that tragedy. Moment of silence, please. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, everyone. With that, we will begin today's meeting. As a reminder of our adjusted rules of procedure, we will begin with our appointments. That's adjusted from last year, not because we are virtual today. We will begin with our appointments, awards, recognitions, and reports. And I will move the following appointments on our local level. All of these are commissions. I will move at the Audit Committee that we appoint Barbara Keller for a term ending January 31st, 2028, and Luann Lower for a term ending January 31st, 2028 as well. To the Community Services Board, we appoint Ingrid Guevara for a term ending January 31st, 2029, and Sarah S.C. Neely for a term ending the same date. To the Economic Development Commission, I move that we reappoint Stephen Fedorchak for a term ending January 31st, 2029. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, I move that we appoint Brent Penzenhagen, for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To the Sports Commission, that we appoint Kyle Brown for a term ending January 31st, 2028. And to the Technology Advisory Commission, we designate Michael Comfield as chair for a term ending January 31st, 2026, and designate Prescott Burden as vice chair for a term ending December 31st, 2026. That is the motion. I believe I've got all that correct, Mr. Clerk. If there's any corrections, I'll trust you to let me know. I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Karantonis. I'll call the roll. The chair
But a
votes
second.
aye. Oh, sorry. That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Spain. The chair votes aye. Vice Chair, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis,
Aye.
Mr. Spain,
Aye.
and Ms. Cunningham.
Aye.
Thank you each. I'm sure I'll get the rhythm down, and I won't have the same order every time, but I'll try to get the rhythm down just a little bit better as we go. But those commission appointments all pass. Now, I move that the county board remove Nature Lewis from the tenant landlord commission. As before, a second on this motion is not required. I need to get that correct. All in favor, I'll do the roll call vote again. Vice Chair Coffey.
Aye.
Miss Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Spain.
Aye.
And Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. Ms. Lewis is removed from the tenant landlord commission. Next, we'll go to recognitions and proclamations. I believe that the clerk, we will show on our screen resources for federal workers, immigrants, and refugees. I'll wait for that to happen. I won't take too long, but more broadly, as we do pull those two items up, for those watching at home, certainly we're in a moment that is of challenge for our federal workers and our immigrant community. And if you go to our website or you type in Arlington County Resources for Federal Workers, up will come a page with resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Kushner. Those are resources for our federal workers and our immigrant resources. We all know that those resources for our immigrant families and communities, and indeed our entire community, as we try to honor our immigrant community, is as pressing and important now as it has ever been. Next, we will go on to Design Arlington Awards. I will provide very brief introductory remarks. We do have a video that we will be discussing. Every 2 years, we celebrate design excellence in Arlington to highlight outstanding architectural, landscape, and public art projects. The Design Arlington program began in 2009, and since then, more than 325 projects have been nominated. This year, from 28 submissions, 9 projects were selected by a jury of design professionals. The winners include a fire station, affordable housing, a park, and several commercial and residential buildings. I want to thank the jury for sharing their time and expertise. This is a special year for the program, as we were honored to have a jury made up of former county staff who held design roles. Those individuals: Gabriela Arcurio, formerly a deputy county manager; Kathy Von Brito, formerly a landscape architect with the Department of Parks and Recreation; Angela Adams, formerly the Director of Public Art; David Goodman, formerly a transportation planner with the Department of Environmental Services; Justin Falango, formerly the chief architect with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. Thank you to the project owners for investing in the high-quality design and to the design teams and contractors who brought these projects to life. I also wish to acknowledge the county staff from several departments who support these projects from conception to final occupancy. Let's please play the video.
And public. This year, 9 winners were chosen. Honored projects include a fire station, a park, affordable housing, and mixed-use development. Thank you to the jurors who took the time to review submissions and select our winners. These projects truly showcase the best of Arlington. Metropolitan Park integrates spaces for work and living within a lush, emphatically social environment. It underscores the critical role nature can play in defining a place and its history while strengthening the collective health and well-being of people and the environment. The Fox Den is a renovation of a post-war home in the Arlington Forest neighborhood, which mirrors the original gabled massing and enlarges the existing footprint. The result is a familiar aesthetic that retains the language of the original house while subtly signaling its transformation through material and detailing. The design of the Grace in Riva thoughtfully evokes the site's history, with each tower playing on a variation of clay and earth. The Grace's gridded facade creates a balance of order and complexity, its geometry echoing the office buildings around it, while Riva's gentle curves recall the softer side of mid-century modernism and feature a terracotta cladding authentic to the area. Adjacent to the Army-Navy Country Club, the design of Terraces East maximizes daylight and nature-filled views while creating an inviting front porch and entry at the neighborhood corner. The building massing steps down the steeply sloped site and transitions to a row house scale to complement the residential context. Located on a uniquely challenging triangular half-acre site in the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood, the Wendy's upper floors are cantilevered to the property line, creating a viable footprint for residential units while preserving public space. Design inspiration was drawn from the site's geometry, resulting in a striking chamfered glass prow and angled Carrera-clad columns that echo the triangular form. Fire Station 8 stands as both a working firehouse and a living monument. The red brick exterior grounds the building in its historic past. Metal panels and glass express progress and transparency. A granite timeline, 6 virtue words etched on the facade, and window images of the first fire station invite the public into the lobby exhibit to learn more about the station's history. Designed as 2 for-sale units on a formerly single-family lot, Ballston Duplex concentrates this 3-story massing in the middle of the site, flanked by 2-story elements, which step down at the edges and introduces softer materials on the north side to meet the adjoining residential neighborhood. The modern design achieves LEED for Home Gold certification. Designed and implemented by the Roslyn Bid with public and private partners, now, which highlights its location at the intersection of Nash, Oak, and Wilson, keeps a key pedestrian corridor active. The project uses temporary, durable materials while elevating a transitional site into a space that feels cohesive and welcoming. The Stewart House is a new Craftsman Foursquare that honors the neighborhood's historic fabric while adapting to contemporary living. The flared mid-van trim draws from traditional detailing to direct water away from the level below, introducing a subtle yet distinctive element of craftsmanship to the exterior and enriching the home's overall composition.
Thank you and credit to Chris Kreider for the video and as well as the entire team that put the video together. And then thank you to Chris Kreider for providing the commentary with respect to that work. This is a annual effort, and we're grateful for it. And I'll just conclude by inviting folks to join us for a celebration of Design Arlington winners on Monday, March 16th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. at the Amazon Visitor Landing Space in Pentagon City. see the Design Arlington webpage for additional details on that. I'm mindful that historically, and because the closest perhaps in training, multiple individuals may have comments. And so if you, colleagues, if you wish to comment, if you can put up a hand or put up a thumb, a virtual thumb, either way. I know we don't need to discuss in over detail, but I also want to give space should anyone want to comment. Mr. Karantonis, it does not shock me.
I will be brief, Mr. Chair.
All right.
It is an amazing ensemble of new design that we have here. It's the greatest contribution of this program is biannual, by the way, is that it makes us see Arlington and the new developments in a different way, and it reminds us on the side of the county board who gets to decide at the end and approve the projects. Not all of them, because the single-family homes weren't there by right. That design and how things look, feel, and are accepted by the people matters a lot. And we've seen in this edition a few very popular designs. Take Met Park, for example, the Riva and Grace in Crystal City, on Crystal Drive. These are the Wendy's across from the county headquarters. These are exceptionally well received additions to Arlington's design. The fire station number 8. So this time, design is not. I mean, we can celebrate the handshake between design and public acceptance and enjoyment of these buildings. So I think one of the conversations we should have in March is about how important this is, how important it is for people to live in a place they can call home and be proud to show even to others and visitors how the civic assets. It's a discussion about civic pride, and I look forward to this discussion in March.
First time I've been muted off mute. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and thank you, colleagues. We will now move next to a proclamation that I think we all are aware of each year, and it's super important for us to mark Black History Month. And I'll be fairly succinct in describing, but it is super important that we do so. I appreciate the slide that shows this, and I'll just say a few brief words. Black History Month, observed each February, recognizes and honors the history, lived experience, and contributions of Black Americans who have shaped our nation and Arlington County. What began in 1926 as Negro History Week has grown into a full month of national recognition, reflecting a century-long effort to ensure Black history is acknowledged, preserved, and taught. The 2026 theme marks this milestone, and as the nation approaches its 250th anniversary, underscores the importance of telling not only an inclusive history, but an accurate one. Arlington County is committed to celebrating the rich history of Black history throughout our own context as well as the nation, and we encourage reflection, learning, and continued engagement in building a more equitable and inclusive community, sometimes referred to by some as the beloved community. So those are initial remarks. Certainly I open the floor should others have remarks. And also you do not all have to. There will be a series of events, including an event in the county boardroom over the coming weeks. And I look forward to those important observations as we recognize February. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move on next. Our next item is that we will focus on our board reports. And the first, I'll give just a minute so that Mr. Karantonis can get ready for signature in the schools, which I did find a way to go get to see. I don't know if you have brief remarks. This signature in the schools, I think, was based on Macbeth. It was a kind of a modern version of Macbeth. Over to you, Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this would have been a real, cause for a board kind of board excursion. We should all go and see that. A little bit of background. I've been told many times by Signature employees and artists and actors that this is a very significant program, and kind of theoretically understood that. But I have to say, it was the first time that I attended a play. I went to see a play. I have to admit to my shame that it was the very first one of this kind. Last Friday, I went to the student matinee. I gave Mr. Mr. Kushner a photo of the room. It was full with people. An amazing experience. So you're, Mr. Chair, you're right. It's an adaptation. The play had kind of a dark title. It sounds dark. There will be blood was the title. It's a contemporary adaptation of Shakespeare's Macbeth, and it's kind of a ruthless commentary on the dangers of perfection culture, the crush of academic pressure, a lot of discussion of what toxic competition is and can be, and what it means winning in this world. Things that were very close to, obviously very close to the minds and experiences of the primary public there, but also to the minds and experience of everybody else. So for me, the point of my report today is that Signature in the Schools is an education program that we are supporting. And I saw many good reasons to continue supporting that, and even put more emphasis on that. It encompasses all types of workshops, English, social studies, theater classes. It goes everywhere in the region. It engages all schools. And I think that it's really worth it. The reception from students and educators was extremely compelling for me, very, very positive. And there is also a part of this program that provides students with resources when they stage a play like that. For this particular play, for example, and reflecting also what happened the last few weeks, there are questions that are posed, like what happens in a world where failure is unforgivable, and those who rise to the top are seen, only those who rise to the top are seen as worthy. What happens if, like in Macbeth, ambition becomes a weapon and the need to win at all costs leads to chaos, bloodshed, and the collapse of order? This was so connecting with what's happening right now around us, what's happening around these young minds, and was so helpful to let them interpret, understand, and discuss what otherwise would be very difficult to access. So kudos to Signature for this. Kudos to also the supporters of that. So the sponsors of that, among them, it's Amazon, the Philip Graham Fund, the Giri O'Hara Foundation, even Dominion Energy and the Washington Forest Foundation with Forest with 2 R's. So there is a significant support for the arts there, and I really applaud that. I wanted to make it public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. I really enjoyed it. It was not easy, but it was powerful to get to see it over the last week. I'm trying to remember which day I did go, but it was certainly powerful, and I thought it also was a great expression of the talent that so many of our high school students have. So onward, we will go to our next item, which is over to Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Spain for a report on examining Arlington County Board's structure and performance. The two of you are board liaison leads to this, and so I don't know just who's going to go first, but I'll see who comes off mute, and I see Mr. Spain is coming first.
Yeah. So we'll just stand by for the slide to come up. I'll have to beg your forgiveness. Everything running a little bit slow this afternoon.
Oh,
Working
okay.
on it.
Okay.
No problem.
We're loading. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
No problem, Mr. Kushner. It is a bit of a pivot we haven't done a virtual meeting in a long time to do virtual meetings. So we will get there in due course.
We shall. Oh, yep, that is
That's the next one.
I'm informed by PowerPoint that we are opening the presentation.
okay.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for your
Kushner.
patience. Pulling it up now.
Okay. All right.
Let me know when you see me.
I can see the first slide. You can go ahead and move to the second slide.
Oh, Lordy.
There we go.
All right.
There we
Yeah.
go. Can you see me?
Yep, we can see it. Small. Oh, so good evening, everyone. Colleagues, members of the board. This is going to be just a brief update on where we are today as it relates to this examination and the process that was laid out at our December recess meeting. Keeping in mind, we've had a number of holidays, and there's been exactly 15 working days in the month of January. But that being said, we're staying, I think colleague Cunningham and myself are staying true to form and trying to navigate this space, given all the many things that have been brought before us. So as the slide denotes, we have really have moved the needle a little bit. We have done some general updating for those who have wrote to the county board in 2025. And we have established a liaison, the team, both Ms. Cunningham and myself. We've had some internal conversations to discuss a lot of the deliverables that were laid out in December in the timelines. So we've been working on our work plan and organizational tools. And we've also started this communication with APS, the county attorney's office, and the electoral board, all of which have identified individuals who are going to be, I will say at least the county attorney and the electoral board have identified individuals that are going to be representatives in this endeavor over the next 5 months. We have worked with our clerk closely here, Mason, thank you very much, in initiating correspondence to advisory groups and commissions as laid out here. Our website is now centralized and has updated materials on it for everyone to look at. And we've established an interest form for those who are interested in this initiative in and of itself. So there's still a lot of work to be done, both internally and externally. And I know a lot of the questions that may come up as it relates to the next phase or iteration of this process. And academic partners, perhaps we're in conversations right now with our county manager. There are some due outs that he's already reported back to us on. So we'll have more to follow. And the goal, quite honestly, is not only to communicate with our colleagues here on the board, but also come each month per the guidance from the chair to brief the community on what we're doing here. So we're going to do our very best to do that in a very clear and concise manner so no one gets caught off guard and that we are fully transparent in this process. Ms. Cunningham, if you have any closing words, please do so. And then with that, I am done.
I think you covered it all beautifully. So we'll give some more updates. And again, it's only been 15 days, but the website's up and ready for folks to share thoughts on snow days. Thanks all.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Spain and Ms. Cunningham. Really appreciate it. I will, it's a balance here. I'll just offer briefly the thought that um, uh, simultaneously, you two help lead a compromise, and this is a subject with a lot of interest from each on the board as well as the community. Keeping in mind you two as the lead liaisons and Mr. Kushner having a lot of the sort of operational pieces that were each of the sub bullets there. Since at least this board member sometimes is best focused both through reading what's happening and also through short conversations, it might be that in the next week or 10 days, I might want to just talk with either of you individually so that we're appropriate under open meetings, but just sort of get a little flavor of making sure I understand each of the bullets that were
Yeah.
shared. And then with respect to I did share with my own view that probably most months, some update seems appropriate, not so that we rush, but also so that we stay all informed on this. So I did share that thought, but I wanted just to ask if it might be within reason that not just me, but other colleagues, all of us, if you could try to make a point to, at some point, pulling us aside for 5 minutes or in our one-on-ones, just updating us, if that's okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, so the spirit and intent by which you just stated is something that we fully agree upon. I think part of our work plan is denoting the intentionality behind ensuring that we speak with all of our colleagues, right? And again, a lot of that is still being worked out. Given that it's only been 15 working days, right? I think we are, really looking strategically and internally, giving all that's been thrown on our plate. As members of the board about how we navigate this time, but at the same time staying true to what we've stated in December. And I think we will do that. We will, reach out to each one of you individually, along with, critical stakeholders that are been aforementioned, and ensure that we're all kind of swimming in the same lane, or at least rowing in the same direction. Again, I've often said that effective communication is the key to success. We don't want anyone to be caught off guard, but also believe it requires a level of persistence, right? As you stated, to kind of, be informed. We're going to do our part, but it's going to be a collective effort all the way around. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I'll just open it up. I wasn't trying that. I really appreciate that. And I think that's probably shared, and I think that's probably enough said, unless other colleagues are just flagging me at the moment. So we will keep moving forward to our next area, which is the Council, Mr. Carantonis, the Council of Governments, a Talent Capital Initiative, remarks along with one slide. And we do not have, this is one of our first Tuesday afternoon, I think our first Tuesday afternoon, so we will try to stay time efficient. So on my phone, I will just keep a sense of how, without trying to be too much of a pain, how much time we're each sharing. So please do share with us important updates and this important update on COG and the talent pipeline. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my New Year's resolution is the personal New Year's resolution is a focus on employment. The most traumatic experience that we have had last year, aside from other things, was the fact that tens of thousands of people in the capital region, probably more than 55,000 people, lost their jobs. And we are time and again linking our ability to rebound as a region with our ability to retain the human capital, the skills, the expertise of what we use, and we continue to say that it's the best skilled and most productive workforce in the nation. So it is very often I'm asked on the road, in everyday engagement with our constituents, what can be done? What is Arlington doing? What is the region doing? What can we do to help? Last year we had we emerged very fast to respond with job fairs, with working together with our neighboring jurisdiction, with Congressman Byers' office, with both senators, Virginia senators, etc., to lean in, to show presence, to respond to the immediate needs. But on the longer term, like we are right now, we have tens of thousands of people who still haven't found new employment. Let's remember that another very dark anniversary is 1 year anniversary is the beginning of Dodge operations that had slashed entire federal agencies. Took away the talent and the public commitment to public service from not only the nation as a whole but also the region. So at COG, there was a growing concern that we need to find new and innovative ways to work together on this. Economic development used to be kind of a little competitive sport between our jurisdictions, right? And we remember a lot of occasions. But time and again, we've found out that when we work together, we succeed together. So one of the new areas of collaboration is now talent capital, which is a very clever, in my opinion, very clever marketing term that focuses on the number one important thing, talent, and capital, which is, has two interpretations. One, that we want to continue the metropolitan capital of talent, and at the same time, it is the fact that talent is our most precious capital, community capital, and social and economic capital. So COG last October, late October, launched the first of its kind in the nation, digital platform that offers free job matching, career training, reskilling, credentialing, and coaching. We call it a platform and not just a website because it really has the technology behind that to grow into a tool. So it's housed at COG, but it combines the efforts of partners from all over the tri-state area, from the District of Columbia, Maryland, and of course Virginia. But also it brings together all types of non-governmental actors in the space. Think of the chambers of commerce, think of the community foundations, think of everybody who touches, engages with economic development and specifically with workforce development. So this is a very interesting effort. It is housed right now. It has a website that is its home. It is a AI-driven website, so you will be greeted by an AI agent named Celeste. And I have here a little video that kind of promotes the concept. If Mr. Kushner can click on the image here, it probably will launch, I hope. If not, it's easy to find it under talentcapital.ai. Just click, put it in your browser, and it will emerge immediately. I really recommend to take a look at this for all of those of our constituents and our neighbors who are still looking for work, who are unemployed or who are underemployed or employed very far from their skill set. I really encourage you to go there and engage in a conversation with Celeste, because our goal is to find the best ways to connect talent that lost its base right now with the federal cuts to new employment that will even maximize their skills and receive them in the best possible way. Again, for the government, for us, the goal is to retain and enhance our workforce and retain the best skilled workforce in the nation for our residents is this is an effort to make sure that we can keep them here, that they can continue to thrive in a region that they helped shape and make it one of the best places in America to live. So thank you for that. I hope that this was my January report on employment. Next month I will have something else.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. It's helpful. I did think to myself when I saw this that it might be worthy of sharing with the group, so I appreciate that you did so. We will now move on to the manager's reports. Unless there are specific questions, and colleagues, just please do, flag me down if there's something. But we'll now move on to the manager's report. I'm sort of toggling, so you can also use a hand or just holler at me if you wish. Politely holler at me, however you want to do that. Manager's reports. Mr. Schwartz, I believe you have 3 sets of reports that we'll seek to move through effectively.
Yes, just so everybody knows, I'm going to start off with an update on our storm response, and then we'll have a presentation from Dr. Parrish, who's our new public health director, and then a brief update on our residential solid waste curbside services. So let me start off with what's on everybody's mind. I wanted to provide people an update on where we are in our snow response and set some expectations for the next few days. First and foremost, thank you to all the county crews that have been working around the clock for 4 days now, and that literally means around the clock in brutal temperatures. That's crews from our Department of Environmental Services and our Parks and Recreation Department. They're working the 12-hour shifts to clear the roads and trails and to get county facilities in shape. Now, it goes without saying, obviously, given the format of this meeting, that the storm we just had was truly exceptional, and its impacts are really going to be felt for a long time, potentially weeks. And we have a situation right now that's far more disruptive than a typical snowstorm. And the forecasts are that the temperature is going to stay below freezing at least until next week. And cautiously, fingers crossed that the potential for more winter weather over this coming weekend won't be that disruptive. So my main message to everybody is I'm asking for patience and understanding. And I know that's easier said than done. And I know in some places plowing hasn't been done. Some places plowing has been done, which has created its own set of issues. And we're working on it. So we're now in phase 3, which means crews are treating residential streets. We've completed, for the most part, primary, secondary, and school routes. So that is good news. As of this morning, we have 99% of primary and secondary routes passable, 95% of the roads to schools passable. And many of the streets, however, still have snow piles really along parking spots, intersections, turn lanes, medians that are going to require a lot further cleanup. And 70% of our neighborhoods are passable. So I mentioned it on Saturday, and I just wanted to emphasize it again, what passable means. A residential street that's passable may be only passable with 1 lane, and you're not going to see bare pavement. That's especially true with this storm, and especially with the nightly refreeze. So phase 3 means we're also going to be opening up our snow issue form that's currently available on our website. You can report snow issues for streets where plows have already come through. And we're gonna, the form right now is going to focus on issues from the previous phase where we know crews have completed those, and we'll start accepting submissions for residential streets probably tomorrow is my guess. And we're going to ask for your patience on that. Just a little bit of statistics. On any given shift, we have over 200 employees, over 40 contractors, and 120 pieces of equipment. To date, crews have used over 2,000 tons of salt. And in some areas, especially along the commercial corridors, that would be Roslyn Balsam, Richmond Highway. Snow accumulation is a real challenge where we don't have a lot of places to put the snow. So what we're doing is we're hauling away that snow as best we can and moving it to some other locations. One is Escuela Key, and then want to thank the folks who are the owners of the former the Keybridge Marriott site. We're going to be hauling some snow there, and also we've closed a street next to the parking lot here in Courthouse as a place to put snow. And in our 6 12-hour shift, we're going to be trying to focus, as I said, on residential streets, protected bike lanes, bridges, and sidewalks. And again, I'm going to refer everybody to our snow response page where you can follow the snow activity map. Just a little bit of information on that. As you're following our plows around, like for example, Plowy McPlowface or Snowlumbia Pike, you're going to see that it's an informational tool that shows you where the trucks have been. And the more trucks that have gone down a particular street, the thicker the line gets. It doesn't mean that the street is necessarily fully cleared. And in some cases, if a plow operator had to lift their blade, it still will show that as a pass. So keep that in mind. And we've also got our DPR crews working to clear snow and ice in front of 19 community, nature and historic centers, and 12 miles of commuter trails around schools and county parks. And so let me get to the sort of an important point on sidewalks, which I talked about on Saturday. County clears sidewalks around county-owned facilities. That includes our parks, schools, and libraries, and community centers, and transit stops. But I mentioned there are nearly 700 miles of sidewalks across the county, way too many for us to maintain all at once. And that's why we still need help from property owners to do their part. Now, we sent out a release where I have the authority under the snow ordinance to suspend its enforcement, and I have done that. But when we're suspending it, I'm still expect people to exercise their responsibility to try to the extent they can to ensure safe passage, access for jobs and schools and services. So where practical, do what you can to keep our sidewalks safe, accessible, and welcoming. And as the weather improves, I will come back and probably unsuspend the snow removal ordinance, but we're not near that point right now. We've reached out to our business partners in the bids and partnerships and businesses, called them every day, encourage them to get out and clean up sidewalks, and we're going to be continuing to do that. So in addition to what I just talked about, we have our police and firefighters responding to regular calls. We have our water sewer streets teams out dealing with water main breaks. Many of our staff are working every day in a virtual capacity. And I just did want to finish up with an update on our unhoused population. We've had outreach teams from DHS going out to make regular contact with individuals, including distributing food, blankets, and clothing, transportation to shelters, and all sorts of guidance for people who had questions. And as of Monday, yesterday, shelter capacity remains high across all sites. Path Forward is serving 42 shelter clients and 14 individuals in hypothermia overflow. And the Homeless Services Center is housing 49 shelter clients, 1 individual in medical respite, and 33 hypothermia clients. And Sullivan House has 48 shelter clients with an additional 18 in overflow. So we're making progress. County facilities were closed Monday and Tuesday. We'll make a decision this evening about what's going to happen on Wednesday. Residential curbside collection and brush pickup were canceled for Monday and Tuesday. We're not going to be making that up this week. People are just going to have to double up for next week. And our art bus service has been suspended in part, and we're hoping to restore activity on some of our severe weather routes, which would be 41, 45, 51, 55, 77, and 87. And again, another opportunity for everybody to sign up for Arlington Alert and go to the county website and check. And again, thanks to everybody for all your hard work. So I will pause there to see if there are any questions before we move on to our next item.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I would suspect that there'll be questions. You do not have to make them up, colleagues. I want to offer 3 thoughts. First, and then I'll send it right to you, Ms. Cunningham. First, when we went into this storm because of the ice that was coming after the snow, I think there was widespread concern that we would lose power. To my understanding at this moment, households in Arlington are not without power, and that is a good thing. Imagine other storms where you've been without power. Is that correct, Mr. Schwartz?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a positive thing. Second, I'll try to balance two thoughts together, and that is just to say, I appreciate that, Mr. Schwartz, you mentioned the unhoused and the homeless. I think all of us sitting here can imagine just from the hour or 2 hours we've been out trying to clear our driveways, how cold it is for those who might not have shelter. And so let's just try to have that grace and remember that. Third, I can certainly imagine not having childcare myself for the past 2 days, and many others are, and my in-laws not having had their driveway cleared, that this is a stressful and strained moment for many of our residents. And so we have 2 board members in the office, and we are working hard to clear. Mr. Schwartz mentioned 70% of our residential streets, but the world is not perfect and it doesn't happen immediately. So mindful that it could be very difficult for many of our residents at this moment. So with that preamble, mindful it will take time, but also that it's not an easy moment because this is a big storm with very heavy snow. I'll send it first to Ms. Cunningham, who I believe was first, and then I don't know the order with respect to the rest. I think Mr. Spain and then Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager, and the whole team for the kind of Herculean efforts. This is cold for the Mid-Atlantic. We weren't really cut out for this with our particular equipment and salt types. So thank you for pushing through it. Thank you to the community for being patient and for staying off the roads. That's really been very helpful and helped limited the number of emergency services that we need. I have had a question. I wondered if you could help answer that for folks who are in the 25% of the neighborhood areas that may not have become passable to a four-wheel drive vehicle yet. If anyone has medical needs or kind of particularly fragile situations, how might they share those? Or is there anything we can assure them about?
Yeah, so there's 2 ways that people can do that. I've received requests directly myself, but you should send a note into our constituent services team. They're monitoring the mailbox as we speak. We got, and then also, I think on our website, there's a link there for people to also share information, because that does happen. We prioritize, for example, people that needed dialysis treatment. They let us know in advance. And if you're having any challenges with that, people can just email directly to the county manager at arlingtonva.us, and we'll do that. Or yeah, I think that's the best way to approach it at the moment.
Great, thank you. And then the other question we get pretty commonly is, what about the main roads like Glebe and Langston and Route 1 and Route 50? Can you share what folks should be doing about trouble spots?
Yeah, so, we're working with VDOT. I think VDOT has done a really good job in clearing some of those main roads, but as you actually mentioned to me a little while ago, sort of at Spout Run and Langston, there's some of the plows come and have blocked some of the drainage areas there. So we're back in touch with VDOT to get them to come back and try to clear that. So VDOT also has a website where you can submit information, but if people want to send that along to us, we will be happy to reinforce that message with them.
Great. And then final question is, I understand that you've developed some Northerners expertise with this particular ice. Do you have any advice for those who are clearing sidewalks or other areas?
Yeah, I'm going to say that if you have a plastic implement, anticipate to break it. If you have a metal implement, that is much better. Do small chops on the top and then clear out from the bottom, bending your knees and moving your entire torso. And to the extent I've seen a number of people try to drive out of spaces, if you turn your wheel, you're doomed. Keep it straight.
Excellent Pro tips.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Schwartz. Over to Mr. Spain.
Well, I echo what Board Member Cunningham said, Mr. Schwartz, County Manager. Thank you, and to the entire team for a job well done. But I do have two areas that I just want to ask questions to. You mentioned earlier about some of the excess snow, and I think you made mention of the parking lot here at Courthouse, perhaps. And so I'm thinking about years past, those snow mounds can stick around for a very long time. And will that impede any type of parking down the road once this kind of this passes? And is there alternative locations we can consider in putting some of the snow? And maybe I know you can talk to that. And secondly, I can wrap this all together. I had the opportunity to move around a little bit last night, and though we have not cleared all our roads, and I'm very pleased with what I've seen, especially on the south side and some of our major thoroughfares. I will say, if we can get the word to some of the contractors when they're working in the neighborhood, when they're going down plowing and moving the snow or the snow and ice, a lot of that snow and ice is getting pushed right into folks' driveways, right? So what happens is, it makes it difficult for people who may have vehicles who may not have had a lot of snow, but when those snow plows come through, they're actually pushing more snow into people's driveway and they can't get out. So if we can just make, some folks aware of trying to not do that as much, because I witnessed it firsthand yesterday, and it was like, well, you could have moved the snow a little bit somewhere else, and you just put mounds upon mounds of extra snow in people's driveways, where vehicles are actually located. So those are two things, Mr. Manager. If you have any comments, I would be greatly appreciated.
Yep, thanks. Just to clarify, the place where we're storing snow is not actually in the courthouse parking lot between the Bosman building and the jail. It's along 14th Street, between Veach and I'm going to get the other street wrong. We've been in touch with schools to make sure if they have any buses. It's a relatively short stretch. It doesn't actually impede any access to any residences there. If they need to get around it, we'll put snow there, and it will be there for a while because it's not the sunniest spot. So that's the first thing. On the second, I've already received reports from some of my friends and neighbors about, I don't know if it's county contractors or other contractors. I don't think it's county contractors doing this. Our staff move very slowly, but some of the contractors that have come in or that people are using going with pretty rapidly down some of our streets, and then actually some of these ice blobs become projectiles and sort of been launched into driveways. And we definitely have our staff taking care to go very slow. So yeah, that has been a challenge. As a matter of fact, I found out that the driveway I shoveled out to get to the office this morning is now filled by a county plow. So I look forward to handling that when I get home. So we'll do the best we can to try to be sensitive to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Spain. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schwartz, this is to say a heartfelt thank you for the service of everybody who was out, because you didn't give us a number, but I believe that there were hundreds of employees actually, and to that we should add the law enforcement and public safety employees, also all those who showed up for work, regardless of the conditions, like, for example, the sheriff's deputies, etc. So it is kind of tradition to say politely thank you, but it's really heartfelt. I have also I experienced because of how difficult it is to shovel this mix or this lasagna of snow and ice. I had to spend more time outside digging out than I was used from other events. And so I had more of an opportunity to experience how the snowplows, the contractors interact with people. And I have to say, I was 3.5 hours out, and it happened 3 times along South Walter Reed, which is the major arterial close to me, one county contractor to private contractors who stopped to help people who they could see that they were struggling, or could see that it was really difficult for them. I cannot stress high enough that part of that these kind of events have to be bringing people together. Checking on your neighbor is extremely important. Not allowing your neighbor to try impossible things with ice, because this can send them to the hospital, and this is exactly what we don't want. So I've seen a lot of evidence of very good neighborly behavior, and also I have to credit county staff and even contractors for contributing to that. So thank you so much for this. Now, typically, the first couple of days are the days where people are prepared to shelter in place. The biggest problem will be the digging out, but then we begin with you want to go to the grocery store, you have something pending to go to the hospital or to go for other services. So this will require that public transportation gets back to normal. I think that Art wanted to even circulate some of its snow service buses this evening. I would appreciate an ongoing information on this.
Yes, we will do that. And Takis, thank you for highlighting, there's a lot of, we had, I think 9 of our county vehicles get stuck. So we're very sensitive, our drivers, to helping other people if they have the opportunity to do that. And I know that civic associations have really stepped up with offers to help each other. And we're going to get to the point, it's a little bit of cabin fever is going to happen when people have been inside for a few days. So appreciate everybody still trying to do their best.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Karantonis. Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. I will just echo the thanks to all of our staff and contractors. I know this is going to be a prolonged event and everyone is working very, very hard. I think, I continue to encourage our patients, and I know people want their streets fully cleared, but for emergency purposes, passable is goal number 1, and then we can keep working beyond that. We know Metro is still running, but do we have any sense of where we need to get to for our operations to kind of return to normal, or at least running?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Pierre Holloman, who's our Transit Bureau Chief, to send me an update so that I can probably update you all at our 6:30 meeting, because I know he's having conversations. The main challenge at the moment has been clearing out the bus stops, because the challenge is, even though I think our buses can move, we don't want people standing in the middle of the street to catch them. So I highlighted some of those routes where I think we're making a lot of progress, but I'll hopefully have an update for you on that at 6:30.
Great, that sounds good. And then, during the storm and the immediate aftermath, we always encourage people to stay off the streets so that our plows and emergency vehicles can do what they need to do. And I think in a typical storm, as things would normally melt, we'd be, encouraging people that it's okay to kind of go out. Are we still, given kind of where we're at in the storm response, is it still ideal for people to try and, stay home as much as they can, or are we kind of past that now?
It's ideal for people to try to stay home as much as they can. And, having been through a lot of storms, I know that admonition will wear off with time, because people want to get out and they'll do that. And you just have to be prepared for the fact, if you're heading down a 1-lane road and you see a car coming at you in the other direction, you're stuck. You got to back up. And so really be very, very cautious about getting out and doing things. And again, that creates a situation. The main thing those roads are there for, besides transit, is for our first responders to get there. So people just need to keep that in mind.
Great. Thank you. And I look forward to our next update on this, which I'm sure will
Right.
show lots of progress with all of the warm sun that we've had today.
Right. Well, you know, our salt that we put down when the temperature gets down to where it's been in single digits is also rendered almost ineffective. So be patient, folks. You know, it will end up there. So thank you, Ms. Coffey. I think, Mr. Chair, I'm going to use this opportunity, since we just talked about people being homebound, being with each other, the opportunity to share germs with each other. I thought that would be a good way for me to introduce, as part of my manager's report, I'm going to welcome our new public health director, Dr. Parrish, who began her position with DHS 4 months ago. And she's going to give a quick overview of public health functions. And she is joined by someone who you all know, Robert Sharp, who's our Public Health Division Director. So it is my great honor to turn it over to Dr. Parrish, who's going to tell us about everything you need to know about public health.
Yes, in less than 15 minutes at that. So thank you so much, County Manager Schwartz. And Anita has graciously offered to run my slides. So thank you, Anita. And you can go ahead and start sharing those. So I want to say good afternoon to everyone, to all the board members, to county colleagues, to neighbors. I am Dr. Deidre Parrish, and I am honored to be Arlington's 10th health director. So in terms of my background, I have worked in public health nearly all of my career. I have experience at the local, state, and federal levels, including in global public health. So as a physician, I chose to dual specialize in internal medicine and preventive medicine, and then to subspecialize in infectious diseases, to make the most impact that I could. So I'll start off with a short story. So a group of physicians was having lunch at a riverside park. Suddenly, they saw a person flailing about in the river. So one of the physicians rushed in and pulled the person out. Moments later, they saw a second person struggling in the river. So another physician went in and pulled that person to safety. And then soon thereafter, they noticed 2 more people being pushed down the river. At this point, one of the physicians stood up and started running northward along the riverbank. Her colleagues yelled, "What are you doing? We need to save these people in the river." And she looked at them and replied, "I'm going upstream to see who is throwing these people into the water." So pause for laughter. This story is a metaphor for public health and illustrates the difference between public health and healthcare. So next slide. So what is public health? So I know the slides are a little bit delayed.
It's coming.
Yeah, I know. So unlike primary care, public health focuses on community level interventions to improve the health and health equity of Arlingtonians. Next slide. And as you can see on this web, public health is part of a broader ecosystem that impacts health, which includes direct healthcare providers, both inpatient and outpatient, human services, built environment, and policy. And as I mentioned before in the story, we always focus upstream. Next slide. So public health is heavily influenced by the social determinants of health, which are the conditions in the environments where people are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age. And Arlington's commitment to equity undergirds our work in public health. We're focusing on equity, and all policies and practices within Arlington County can contribute to improvements in health equity. So who is Arlington Public Health? We are a division within the Department of Human Services. So we share the vision of a just and equitable community that is healthy, safe, economically secure, and free of systemic racism. Here you see our mission and values, which we strive to embody in everything that we do. Next slide. So our leadership structure has changed. So public health previously had the health director and the public health division director roles broken out like this, but they were combined as part of a budget reduction many years ago. The combined role created some challenges, which became more apparent during the pandemic. So now with these two roles again in place, where Robert Sharp, who is the division director, and I divide, supervision of our managers, he and I work as a team, and it allows me to focus on strategic planning and strategic thinking, and instead of putting out fires every day. So I do greatly appreciate Robert as my right-hand man. Next slide. So what do we do in public health? The three pillars of public health are prevention, health protection, and health promotion. So try to say that 3 times fast. The three pillars of public health are prevention, health protection, and health promotion. What you see here is not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the categories of activities that we do. And some of these activities fit under more than one pillar. For example, for tuberculosis, treating latent tuberculosis infection prevents tuberculosis disease. And treating active tuberculosis disease protects the public from a serious communicable disease that spreads through the air. Likewise, school health is another area that really fits under all three of these pillars. Within our school clinics, our school health nurses provide immunizations. They also work with our communicable diseases team in outbreak response in the schools. And of course, they do plenty of health promotion through their education and outreach and health fair activities. So not yet, Anita. So some of these items are marked by an asterisk, which you see, and these are the activities that are mandated by Virginia code. These are things that we must do as public health. And for some of them, we are the only game in town, basically. We are the only one who does this, such as restaurant inspections, and ensuring food safety. Next slide. Now I'll show a few slides that's showing some important health indicators for Arlington. So this first one you see is, you may have heard about the increase in flu activity recently. So this graph shows kind of the big three, seasonal respiratory viruses, COVID-19, flu, and respiratory syncytial virus combined, with flu really making up the majority of these numbers. So the current season is in blue, and we can see that the flu and respiratory virus activity really peaked at the end of December and has been going down since then. If you compare it to the previous season, which you see in the black here, you see that the flu activity peaked earlier this season than last season. So we still don't know if we'll have a second peak of flu activity. That remains to be seen. The good news is, if you haven't gotten your flu shot yet, you can still get it, and we highly recommend it. Next slide. So another thing that's been in the news recently is measles, which is an extremely contagious vaccine preventable disease. Here we see the percentage of kindergarten students fully vaccinated against measles. And you can see here that Arlington's vaccination rate at 97.5% is higher than the average rates in Virginia and in the US, and surpasses the goal of 95% coverage. This really shows our community's commitment to prevention, and we must be vigilant in maintaining it, especially to protect young infants who are not yet eligible to be vaccinated. Next slide. So this graph maps syphilis rates over time in Arlington, which is in dark blue, in the Northern Virginia region, which is in orange, and in Virginia as a state in light blue. You can see a trend of increasing syphilis rates in Arlington compared to the region and the state. In response to this, a regional task force developed tools to help healthcare providers in the community, including education on what to look for, when to test and screen for syphilis, and how to get public health support for contact tracing. We sent out a provider letter, which is a letter that is, signed by me, sent to all the licensed healthcare providers. We sent that out earlier this month and have followed up with visits to health facilities and clinics, seeing patients who may have syphilis. All right, next slide. New diagnoses of HIV, though lower, seem to be plateauing and are not decreasing as much as we would like. Next slide. This slide looks at HIV diagnoses by race ethnicity, and this looks at more broadly at Northern Virginia in blue and compared to the state as a whole in orange. So this slide takes a broader look at Northern Virginia in order to have enough data to reliably get a more detailed breakdown. So compared to the state as a whole, we see that in Northern Virginia, including in Arlington, our new HIV diagnoses are disproportionately in Hispanics, and particularly in Hispanic men. Next slide. So now we'll look at some numbers from our public health clinics. So you can see overall, our clinic visits remain high. And as you can see, looking at the colors in the bars that represent race ethnicity, Hispanic clients comprise the majority of our clinic visits. This is encouraging, which shows us that communities are still coming in to receive services despite current concerns. Next slide. Our family planning numbers have increased year over year. Next slide. As have our visits for STIs. Next slide. Our WIC numbers, which is the Women, Infants, and Children Supplemental Nutrition Program, are also high. The different color bars here represent different fiscal years, and this is broken down by category of clients. So the WIC numbers increased from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 24 and stabilized in fiscal year 25. As you can see, the vast majority of our WIC beneficiaries are children under 5. WIC is particularly critical for providing infant formula for low-income families. Next slide. Now I want to shift gears and talk briefly about Arlington Public Health's future direction. Next slide. So in line with the prevention pillar, we plan to introduce PrEP for HIV prevention. So PrEP, which is short for post-exposure prophylaxis, is a medication taken regularly to prevent HIV. And you may have heard of it, probably seen ads for it. There's different formulations. There's pill form and there's some newer injectable form. So Arlington Public Health is in the planning phase to begin providing oral PrEP to our clinic clients. And the good thing about this is that we can seamlessly introduce this within our current clinic structure with some modification of processes and utilizing existing staff, so without new staff needed. Also, the introduction itself is relatively cost neutral because we're getting very low cost medications through the Virginia Department of Health. And when I say very low cost, I mean $6 per month supply. So even though there are PrEP providers in the broader Northern Virginia community, there remains an unmet need for HIV prevention. And in fact, Arlington Public Health will be the first among our neighboring Northern Virginia health departments to provide PrEP in-house. Next slide. In line with the health promotion pillar, we plan to deepen our community focus. So building on the foundation of Destination 2027 and focusing in on those communities with the greatest health disparities, we aim to increase community engagement, including doing a community health assessment. Using the information from this assessment, we'll identify community priorities and be able to respond to community needs using a jointly developed community health improvement plan. We also intend to expand community-based service delivery, so basically bringing the services to where the people are. To do all this, we do plan some reconfiguration within our division to be able to focus these efforts. Next slide. And with that, I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Colleagues, as you prepare questions, I'll sort of start with a thought or two. I did have the opportunity to, because services for those with HIV have been cut statewide through the last governor. We've received outreach from Equality Arlington, and I've tried to follow up. I sort of took it as point to try and follow up, though all of you I know care and may have expertise that you'll add in the coming minutes. I did go by the family planning clinic. It was a great opportunity to visit with Mr. Sharp. Dr. Parrish, first foremost, welcome, and your leadership in that conversation and in general. I know you've had a chance to visit with each of us is excellent. And Ms. Friedman, thank you for continuing to lead in this area. So it was a good conversation. Ms. Vice Chair Coffey can probably speak as well as I can. I did text a little briefly with the new Secretary of Finance, Mr. Sickles. There is going to be an effort to restore some of the PrEP and the HIV prevention type funding that Nova Salute and others provide. So it was a great meeting. I'll just say that in COVID, we tried to make it a priority to serve everyone with vaccines as quickly as we could, but also to focus on serving through the social determinants of health those most in need. And at least in the conversation that we had, it raised a question for me as to whether Destination 2027 and specifically some of the health equity related efforts might be worthy of those who are interested on our board kind of trying to take, one or two of us trying to take point in that area with perhaps an ad hoc effort to get some citizen engagement. It's the beginnings of a thought. We have 62 commissions. We might not need a ton more, but I will say that health equity is a shared priority of all of us. And at this moment, with subsidies to moderate income Arlingtonians being cut through the decisions at the federal level and Medicaid at risk at the state level, I think it's a fair question. And I was particularly heartened that Dr. Parrish, you are willing to sort of have that type of citizen engagement. So I'm not trying to filibuster. I just wanted to name that potential thing that's out there. And at least I'll give a quick opportunity for Dr. Parrish and Mr. Sharp, you guys to disabuse me if I've mischaracterized any part of that conversation or made a mistake. But just at least give Dr. Parrish in this instance. And I really, sorry, that's my dog whining in the background. I just want to give both a really grateful to the manager as well as the two of you working together, because I will share with deep respect for our prior leader. I do think it's good to have the two of you working together because it's an enormous job. And so any thoughts on that kind of conversation with respect to health equity and if and how the board might be able to, keeping in mind you are the subject matter experts, but Dr. Parrish first, and then if you have anything to add, Mr. Sharp, anything to offer on that topic of sort of an ad hoc or short term or some work from our community and our board to try and support your efforts.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Matt. And I appreciate also your visit, to our clinic and our discussion during that time. So as we are developing and planning for the community health assessment, we're really being very deliberate and really looking at a very deliberate process so that we can really do it right and really get those voices from the community. And I do believe that there's definitely a role for board members to play. So I think we'll be having continued discussions about where we go and where this takes us, because ultimately the purpose of the community health assessment and community health improvement plan is to center community priorities. So once we kind of go through that process and get there, then we'll have a better direction to know what next steps to take from there. And so we will be looking for your support as we kind of go through this process. Robert, do you have anything else to add?
Just real quick, I mean, obviously more to come on a community health assessment, but the recommendations of Destination 2027 are still valuable. Disaggregate data, ask the equity questions, continue to look at disaggregated data, because otherwise, Arlington County will do great with education, with salaries, health and fitness, but depending on community conditions, not everyone is thriving. So I think that still stands, but we're going to follow on and take it to the next level.
Great, thanks, Mr. Sharp. And I think, Ms. Friedman, you're encouraging and presiding over your two colleagues. And so we will not necessarily need, I'll get it to the rest of colleagues to offer further thoughts. And I do appreciate, Dr. Parrish, that you neither overpromised, but also did indicate to us that there is a space as we continue to work in this area. I think Mr. Spain was first. Colleagues, forgive me if I'm wrong, if it was Vice Chair Coffey or Mr. Guarantees.
I think it was Vice Chair Coffey.
Vice Chair Coffey, go ahead.
Sure, happy to. Thank you so much, Dr. Parrish. I think we are so excited to have you come and join us, and I really appreciate the emphasis on prevention. We know, especially in a public health context, that investing in prevention is not only good for outcomes, but it's also one of the most financially responsible things you can do, because treatment and response usually cost quite a bit more than prevention does. So very grateful for that. Also grateful for, I know we've made some investments in promoting our STI testing and treatment services. And I've heard great feedback from members of our community. I've seen the social media ads myself, and I know they're getting out there. And so I hope that we are seeing utilization as well as a result of that. And then I guess kind of, the last question that I have is really around the Destination 2027 work, and 2027 is soon. And so are we envisioning kind of, a follow-up plan, or how do we extend that work, which I think is really critical and important, in a formal way into the future?
Yeah, thanks for that. And really, and so to the Destination 2027 question, so this was really foundational work, and really, helps guide, us in, in our, health equity area. The plan, and we've been looking at, and we will probably look even more at some of the updated data on Destination 2027 as we move along. But in fact, the community health assessment and community health improvement plan is really a follow-on to Destination 2027. And so as opposed to Destination 2027, which some might describe as kind of grass tops, we envision the community health assessment and improvement plan to really be grassroots. So really to delve deeper and really to actually get some of those priorities, those public health priorities from the community. And in addition, the plans that we have will be more, I guess, more shorter term. So with like more of like a 5-year cycle instead of the 10-year cycle that Destination 2027 was, so that we can, you know, develop a plan, implement a plan, you know, monitor the results, and then reassess at the end of that cycle to see how to improve and where to go next.
Great, thank you. I really look forward to seeing that work.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Coffey, for the positivity, especially with my raspy voice. It's necessary, and also the question. And mindful that I've got us running about 6 to 10 minutes late, but I want to give full space to colleagues. We do have the time, and this is such a critical space. So I think it's now to Mr. Spain and then to Mr. Carantonis.
Yeah. Well, this is a long-awaited presentation, and I just want to thank you, Dr. Parrish, and the entire team, Anita and Brooke and everyone for presenting to us today. And more especially, I just want to thank you for the names I just mentioned for attending the COG Human Services Policy Committee on January 9th, where we talk very pointedly, right, about the impact, right, of Affordable Care Act and Medicaid enrollment. And we looked at some and heard some numbers about in the region, right, about what's going on, and it is quite significant. And some of these folks that are going to be affected. So you being in that space and occupying the space and seeing what's going on was duly noted. My only takeaway from what I just heard with this community health assessment plan, and trust me, I've known about the Destination 2027 for a number of years, and it has been somewhat sporadic in my opinion, and not very clear. What I would encourage you and the team to think about as you put this plan together about these health initiatives is ensuring that you've talked about it, that it's targeted, right? That it's effective and it's equitable. In doing so, I would hope and expect that folks like our equity officers at APS and also at the county level will be part of these conversations. They are the subject matter experts, supposedly, at least that's what we brought them on for, to ensure that we are having a clear and concise strategy when it comes to equity across all populations and demographics. So I look forward to that. And again, thank you just for the presentation. Thank you for your experience in choosing Arlington to come here and do the work. I know there's a lot of work to be done. Again, we're going to have you at the COG meeting to make a level of presentation here soon. But just thank you and the entire team for setting a high standard for others to emulate. And I look forward to some great work. And I'll be monitoring closely because, as I've stated, Department of Health and Human Services, for me at least, is perhaps the highest priority department coming up this year, given what's happening at the federal level, right? And these social safety net programs. And as the chair just did, I think I recall about a year ago, this exact time, I did that tour as well. And it's great work y'all are doing over there. So keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain.
Yes, and thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I really appreciate it, Mr. Spain, and thank you, Dr. Parrish, for being ready to go to the COG space, but also for bringing your experience to us. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try to be brief and be mindful of the time. Dr. Parrish, I echo all the thanks. Welcome to Arlington, and thank you for taking such a strategic approach to a new view of our community health needs. I have to tell you that I'm extremely impatient and somewhat concerned. During the last since the initiative Destination 2027. While I've seen, and we can show, we've seen good work being done and progress, critical elements have not progressed. The 10-year this difference in life expectancy between just neighboring zip codes is absolutely clear. Vulnerable communities continue to be extremely vulnerable. You talked about grassroots versus grass tops. So on the grassroots, what I see is more incidence of diabetes, more incidence of cardiovascular disease, women's health, OBGYN services being still in high demand and not having enough. Free clinic, the model of the free clinic, the Arlington free clinic, and the model of Nova Salud that is different, still struggling to cope with demand. And on top of that, we have now an administration that is obviously not helping at all. Not we've seen amazing surge. I mean, frightening surge in lack of health insurance. Or underinsured individuals, including communities that we haven't seen before to be in that space. With raising unemployment or underemployment, we see that as well. Employers are struggling this year to provide decent insurance because it's so immensely expensive. So we are right now in a very narrow place that exacerbates every single challenge that we had in the past and adds on top of them. So I take I have hope because I've seen how our community has responded to the mental health challenge during the pandemic and right in the aftermath. And I really expect to hear whether we can do that for physical health as well. Attack it with the same force and focus. So that's what I wanted to leave on the table, Mr. Chair. I'm extremely interested in this space, and I want to hear more about how to proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. We want to give space for you, Dr. Parrish and Mr. Sharp, to offer any concluding thoughts. And as we do, don't be rushed by a chair who's trying to keep us roughly on time. And with that, there's also particular grace for those being brief. And I'm sure all of us, including, Ms. Cunningham, you'd have thoughts. It's in the follow-up and the follow-through, but I didn't see your hand. So we'll go to you first, and then for concluding thoughts to Dr. Parrish and Mr. Sharp.
Great. Just very briefly, Dr. Parrish, thank you for being here. And I know when we talk about physical health, that is first and foremost. I'm curious about, as you're thinking about the intersection of physical health and mental health, particularly in a time of extremely high stress for many in our communities, all in our communities potentially. Is there anything you want to lift up there? I know that's been a focus area for the last couple of years. We've been making great progress on opioids in particular, but anything you'd like to raise up before we wrap up?
Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Cunningham. So I think that you're right that this particular point in time is very challenging for health in general, particularly because of the Medicaid changes and the impacts of those. So it will really take an all of us approach, especially everyone within the health ecosystem, as I mentioned, that network of entities all over to really address this. It will be a challenge, and we will need to kind of be creative and do everything that we can at all levels, from policy to implementation, to really address some of those. So we are keeping all of that, and thanks, Mr. Spain, for inviting us to that COG meeting, where that was discussed, and I know that myself and the other health directors that I meet with in Northern Virginia and throughout the metro area have been in discussions about these things as well. So these are challenges that we will need to work together to address. so to your point, Ms. Cunningham, about the mental, you know, even though we kind of separate, you know, things, the mental and physical, you know, really is all, you know, it all affects our overall well-being, right? So it's it all is really integrated. I appreciate, and I am involved with Ari, you know, and a lot of their work, as well as the CSB, and we are happy and encouraged to work together with, again, all entities as we're looking at holistically promoting health and well-being for the community. So wherever possible, we really want to combine our resources, combine our efforts, you know, to address what is important to the community. So,
Great.
Robert, do you have anything else to add?
Just to acknowledge, yeah, disparities in some cases have gotten worse, but I do want to note that we have a great new health director with great experience. She's off to a great start. We got Anita Friedman backing us up, so we got the right people in place to make a difference here in Arlington County.
Well said by all, and I would say that to your questions, or to your point, Ms. Cunningham, I mean, I think I'm just heartened by the thinking with respect to a community health assessment plan and grassroots as opposed to grass tops. And with that, I'm sort of feel super keenly that it's how we follow up and whether we add value that's going to be the key. And so let's put that on us to add value. We are thrilled with your international experience in areas that are personally important to my sister, my dad, my family, professionally, but also to just bring extraordinary experience to us. So thank you for the presentation. And with that, we will transition now to our closed session portion and ask the manager.
Wait.
Oh, yes.
I
We
have
have
just an update, and to make it easy on everybody, I'm not going to take any questions. Just wanted to give you a really quick update on what's going on with our solid waste services, especially in light of the budget pressures we're facing this year and next. Just want everyone to know this week we released a request for qualifications from contractors, which is the first step before a possible full rebid of our contract. You know, the county's incurred unanticipated costs for supplemental customer service and pickup functions, and we really can't sustain those additional costs. So I'll keep the board and the community updated as appropriate during the next steps of the procurement process. Now back to you, Mr. Chairman, so you can move us into closed session.
Your finger really helped save me from missing, and I feel like it's a team effort because in each of the meetings, someone has kept me on point, and I'm grateful for that. So with that, we will move to a closed session, and forgive me, it'll take just a quick second to get to that document. This will be a motion to move to closed session, wherein we will discuss items that are covered and allowed by the Code of Virginia, but are not allowed to be discussed in closed session and are allowed for that purpose. So just 1 second. My apologies. Mr. Samuel, just 1 second. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. I will move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A 7, 8, and 8 for the following purposes: consultation with the county attorney regarding 2 cases in active litigation, and consultation regarding one matter where probable litigation might occur, such that consultation in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's litigating posture. Also, that we move into closed session for consultation with the county attorney regarding the applicability and impacts of certain state and federal laws, enforcement actions, and operations on local government and operations by the federal government on local governments and public safety, and the county's legal authority in response to such enforcement actions and operations to ensure public safety. Colleagues, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Sorry not to give a little bit of warning there. All those in favor say aye. We'll say Vice Chair Coffey,
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis,
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Spain.
Aye.
Colleagues, we are in closed session. For your awareness, and this is, I don't think there's any problem with people knowing this publicly. It's 4:52. We will take 5 minutes. At 4:57, we'll start closed session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. The county board is back from closed session. The first thing we must do after returning from a closed session, of course, is certify. So I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Spain. Mr. Kushner, will you call the roll?
Yes, of course. Mr. DeFerranti,
Aye.
Ms. Coffey,
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Spain Sr.,
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to we've certified for closed session. That brings us to our regular hearing items for the evening. I believe our first item you will go ahead and call. It's item 36. Mr. Kushner, to fully call the item.
Of course, item number 36 is the use permit review for an outdoor cafe with a greater number of outdoor seats than indoor for the Scapegoat Beer Garden located at 556 22nd Street South.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mr. Manager, Mr. Schwartz, over to you for any brief remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to ask Peter Schultz to go through a brief presentation on this item. So over to you, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. This is a use permit review, a one-year review of a use permit that the county board granted 1 year ago at the Scapegoat Beer Garden at 556 22nd Street South. To give us a general view of where we are, this is in the restaurant row block, collection of several buildings and several restaurants located on this site. 556, which I will zoom into soon, is at the rear fronting on 22nd Street, and that is the proposed location of this outdoor beer garden. Just a quick refresher, the zoning is C-0, mixed use district, and it's a service commercial general land use plan and also within the Crystal City redevelopment district. Just to let you know, there was last year, the board approved two things, a site plan amendment to address the site's issues, including illegal construction they had done during COVID. That also changed the parking arrangement on the site. The county board approved that site plan, which involved legalizing 3 outdoor platforms that they had constructed, a new parking layout, a trash corral, new landscaping, and all of that they must fulfill before Scapegoat can be occupied and the use started. So the applicant is working to comply with the requirements. Building permits have been submitted and reviewed several times for the outdoor platforms. They are obtaining permits and as well as making changes necessary to comply with those permits, most recently including removing electricity that had been wired into the outdoor platforms. They also have recently enclosed the dumpsters, although I will mention that as a current issue, and then they have to restripe the parking. So the use permit, which is actually what we're reviewing here, was for more outdoor seats than indoor. And the use permit can't commence until all of those items on the site plan are corrected anyway. There's open cases. Zoning staff has visited the site as recently as January the 21st. And I believe the representatives from the owner and landlord are here to answer any questions about the status of those permits. It is a 1-year review for 208 maximum outdoor seats and 2 of these outdoor platforms that they constructed. Again, the permits have been submitted and they've been reviewed a couple times. There's been back and forth between the applicant and our reviewing agencies, and the applicant is working to comply with that. The reason for that, of course, is 208 seats exceeds the 76 seats of indoor seating, thus needs a use permit, even though it's all on private property. None of it is on public property. And to refresh your mind, we had adopted 17, I believe, conditions of the site use permit. If once it begins construction, we understood the sensitivity of the neighborhood and the proximity to residential uses in this area. Numerous objective conditions that including closing at 11 p.m., no outdoor live entertainment or dancing, no amplified audio or radio, no outdoor bars and grills. All food must be served from inside the building by employees of the restaurant. No special events. Lights must be shielded so that they do not spill out over the property lines. Another similar conditions to Clarendon live entertainment uses that we've learned from Clarendon, a community liaison that has to be available at all times, that there isn't the outdoor cafe is operating, tips training for bartenders, become a member of the Arlington Restaurant Initiative once that initiative becomes restarted. There are numerous other conditions too. You see in the staff report that the board adopted with this use permit last year. So staff's recommendation, the county manager's recommendation was to renew the use permit subject to all of the previously approved conditions with an administrative review in 6 months and a county board review in 1 year. The administrative review in 6 months would allow staff to continue to monitor the situation, coordinate with zoning, and see where the zoning enforcement cases are proceeding. As well as, I should mention, administrative reviews involve staff reaching out to the Civic Association, as well as the BID and all of the county reviewing agencies. It's just that administrative reviews do not go to the board. However, if major issues are identified, again, this is a use permit for a use that has not yet commenced. It can always be brought to the board early, ahead of schedule. This is the end of the staff presentation, and I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Kushner, Mr. Clerk, do we have any groups that are advisory groups that have that are going to offer presentations or comments?
I do not believe we have any commissions presenting on this item. If any are present, I would encourage you to please make yourselves known at this point.
My only question was, I think there's one of the items for tonight where the Planning Commission is going to be present.
It's a later item.
Great, thank you for confirming. Appreciate that. We will now hear, oh, wait a minute. We'll hear the
And our applicant presentation.
Applicant presentation. Sorry, Mr. Cummings and perhaps Ms. Washington for not going in the typical approach. I see you, Ms. Washington. I don't on my screen yet see Mr. Cummings, whichever one of you.
You might, if I start talking, it might be the number of tiles on your screen.
Yeah.
We're both here.
Great.
We are ready to answer questions. I don't think Ms. Washington had any sort of presentation she wanted to make, but everyone has been working with the county to try to get this building open. It's not easy, especially with older buildings, to get things permitted, and there certainly have been issues on our end as well, but it's just in general not that easy to get things open. Once we're up and running, we certainly would be ready and willing for a checkup on our performance and compliance with the conditions, but until then, there's not much to say about the impacts of this business itself. For now, I think it's a matter of responding to some community concerns. I think there's an issue with the dumpster that has been moved, and otherwise working with staff to ensure that we're complying with everything we're supposed to be doing to get everything built.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Thank you, Ms. Washington. Appreciate both of your thoughts. Now, then, we will turn and stay close because we may well have questions. Now we will turn to speakers, and over to you, Mr. Clerk, to call the first speaker.
Of course, give me just a moment, please. As I pull up our timer, our first speaker is going to be Mr. Nicholas Giacobbe, followed by Kedrick, speaking for 3 minutes.
Mr. Giacobbe.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Schultz, applicant team. I'm Nick Giacobbe, a pedestrian from Aurora Highlands. Arlington County's own policies, from the Master Transportation Plan to Vision Zero, make it clear that safe, accessible, high-quality pedestrian facilities are a county priority. I'm glad to say that Arlington is making noteworthy progress with that effort. In 2022, Arlington touted that it had stepped to the summit in the world of walking when it was named one of 5 walk-friendly platinum communities in the United States. We joined an exclusive group that included New York City, Seattle, Portland, and San Francisco. For the past 8 consecutive years, Arlington has been ranked the fittest city in America by the American College of Sports Medicine. And among the key factors for that ranking are high walkability, extensive park access, and high rates of physical activity. Walk Arlington states that, quote, "We're dedicated to making Arlington a place where everyone is able to walk easily, comfortably, and safely." In a county that's dedicated to walking that is easy, comfortable, and safe, then maintaining clear sidewalks is one of the most basic requirements. And that's what brings me here tonight. For too long, the sidewalk on 22nd Street South has been blocked by dumpsters and stained with grease, thereby inhibiting that easy, comfortable, and safe walking in the center of our otherwise walkable community. This isn't a recent problem, and this predates the use permit that you're considering tonight. I've documented a report of problem ticket, the first one going back on this issue to November of 2023. So this has been around for a while. And I also know that the wandering dumpsters appear on Google Earth images long before that date in 2023. So I have a very simple request for you tonight. My request is that the county and the property owner come up with a way to ensure that pedestrians have easy, comfortable, and safe passage at all times on the sidewalk in the 500 block of 22nd Street South. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be speaking again for 3 minutes is Kedrick, followed by, pardon me, shuffling windows, our 5-minute speaker, 5-minute speakers, Mr. Dana Breeze.
Thank you, board, for hearing me today. Hopefully we can keep it short and sweet. I know it's real cold out. My name is Kendrick. I'm one of the proprietors of Scapegoat Beer Garden. I know it's been a very long process. I've met with a few people from the community throughout this entire thing, and everyone's been very, very kind. And we're really looking forward to being a part of the community. We, in this entire process, we've gone through a lot of submissions with the county. It's taken a long time, and we worked directly with a lot of the county reps to get things rectified. We've done 3 submissions in the past year. We just got one back on Friday. So we're actively working to open and try to be a part of the community as much as we can. We've tried to clean up the space as much as we can. There's no food on premise, so we're not adding to the dumpster problem. We've been blocking up any holes anywhere we see, not just on our property, but even on the street, because we do want to be a positive influence in the neighborhood. And it's been a long time, and I just wanted to put myself out there to see if you have any questions or comments. People that I have met, people that I haven't met, I am available. Please let me know. I'd love to meet with anyone that I can. That's it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Next speaker.
Yes, of course. I believe we have one additional 3-minute speaker, Mr. John Musso, followed by our 5-minute speakers, Mr. Dana Breeze. Apologies for the confusion. John Musso.
Mr.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the County Board, John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I just want to briefly state our support for this project, and we urge you all to please renew this use permit. This project has a lot of promise, and we're very confident that this can ultimately have great community engagement and ultimately be a great addition to the Crystal City and Royal Highlands neighborhoods. So we urge you all to please renew this as the start of the process of the project, and we look forward to its ultimate completion.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Next speaker.
Yes, of course. Our next speaker is Mr. Dana Breeze, speaking for 5 minutes. And if you give me just a moment, we have a slide to pull.
Good evening. I'm Dana Breeze, a resident of Aurora Highlands. Tonight, I'm representing the Aurora Highlands Civic Association and sharing our thoughts about the proposed Scapegoat Beer Garden on South 22nd Street. The residents of Aurora Highlands value and regularly patronize our restaurant row businesses along 23rd Street. And we want to see these businesses be successful while being good neighbors. We remain concerned about the potential impact of the beer garden after it opens. We appreciate and support the Arlington staff recommendation for a 6 and 12-month review of the operation. However, our concerns that we articulated in October 2024 in a letter prior to the board's earlier approval included potential for noise from the beer garden patrons, potential for drunken behavior, as Arlington regularly experiences in Clarendon, the need for an Arlington plan for Arlington County Police Department enforcement if necessary, and the need to share the plan for parking and parking enforcement because, it's a small parking lot. Arlington County should develop and share these plans because dealing with them after the problems arise often seems challenging. To illustrate, the January 2025 agreement included a provision to create a screen or enclosure for the dumpster on 22nd Street. As can be seen in the top photograph, the dumpsters regularly blocked the sidewalk and leaked into the gutter. For all of 2025, there was no visible action by the property owner to address those dumpsters. The recent construction of a fence between the dumpster and the side of the beer garden suggests some confusion about the meaning of last year's agreement. Second slide, please. Although a two-sided wood fence was recently constructed, it seems to be inconsistent with the drawing approved by the board for a complete enclosure. We think the dumpster area should be fully enclosed and urge Arlington to clarify the dumpster requirements, the enclosure requirements, with the applicant. If fully enclosed, we're concerned that the trash hauler and the employees of the multiple restaurants that use the dumpster will fail to keep the gate closed and the area free of refuse. If the gate is left open, it will block the sidewalk, so self-closing gates would be appropriate. To accommodate the dumpsters in the new enclosure, the property is shifted to smaller dumpsters with wheels. As it isn't clear that these dumpsters will have the capacity when the beer garden's open, please add language to the use permit that includes maintenance of the trash enclosures as you have with the site, cleaning up the site at closing, to allow enforcement as necessary. Suggested text is shown in red on the screen. As I said, we support the recommendation for a staff review in 6 months, followed by a board review 6 months after that. We would ask a minor change to have those reviews be timed 6 and 12 months after the applicant has been granted a certificate of occupancy, so the actual operations of the beer garden can be fully considered. The Aurora Highlands Civic Association would welcome the opportunity to provide input on the evaluative guidelines that you will use in those review processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bress. And I think that's correct pronunciation. I apologize if not. But I think that is all of our speakers. Mr. Clerk, are there any other speakers?
I do not believe we have any further speakers. Give me one moment to verify.
That's correct. There are no more speakers on this item.
I appreciate it. Thank you. No further.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will have discussion. We've heard from several of our residents, and we've had different requests. I do want to, just check with colleagues to see if there are any initial questions or if you are prepared to move to fulsome discussion once we have a motion on the table. And just check to see if I have any hands. I see Mr. Karantonis. Go ahead.
I'm sure we'll have vigorous discussion. I would like to offer a motion for getting us started.
Sure, go ahead.
I second that motion.
Well, I haven't made it yet.
Oh, I thought you just, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Spain and Mr. Karantonis. Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
Colleagues, I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, the board report dated January 16th, 2026, namely, to review the use permit of an outdoor, the use permit of an outdoor cafe associated with a restaurant with a greater number of seats than the indoor portion of the restaurant, subject to the previously approved conditions, with an administrative review in 6 months, which would be July 2026, and with a county board review in 1 year, which would be January 2027. That concludes the motion. That's second.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I can briefly say a couple of things on this.
Sure.
We received some robust testimony, and both from Mr. Jacoby and from the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, as we just heard Mr. Dana Bress. Honestly, I have to say two things. First of all, I share with Mr. Jacoby the condition of a pedestrian, and I share his view that 22nd Street is really not a very nice place to walk. And these dumpsters have been there for a very long time, and there hasn't been a lot of care given to park them better, keep the place clean, and to not intercept, etc. Now, there are two things that I think will happen in the next few months. First of all, for administrative review, I think that's very important to see Clarendon-style scrutiny and responsiveness from the establishment there. Mind you, the adopted conditions that Mr. Schultz has reminded us is that the establishment should have a community liaison, a person would be available during business hours, and be able to immediately address concerns. So if the trash enclosure looks, pardon my language, like trash, we expect that this is addressed. And I very much hope that by July, the restaurant will be open and the beer garden should be in full operation, so that we'll have a good understanding and a good assessment of how the operation works. So I see that the afforded 6 months review and 1 year review by the county board are sufficient to make sure that we get the proper operation that we envision that. And that said, also, I think right now we try to support our small businesses, especially the restaurant row. It's been a little bit long, 3 applications till now, and we still don't have an operating restaurant there, which I understand sometimes is reasonable, but it's still enough permitting process.
Thank you, Mr. Caratonis, for your remarks, your thorough sort of discussion. There are potentially a couple of questions, and I do want to try to see if I can just summarize the two of them. One is the length of the initial use permit, and the other is the language that Mr. Bress suggested furthermore to try to address the trash concerns. And I'll open the floor to questions. I'm also happy to sort of try to pursue those individually. But I'll go ahead and start, not seeing any hands, just by trying to assess. Mr. Schultz, you spoke a little bit to the staff's ability, should they see problems, to go ahead and initiate challenges. I think, if I heard you correctly, I saw those concerns. Can you speak a little bit more to Mr. Giacobbe's concerns and the desire to shorten further the time period for administrative review and county board review?
Well, to shorten the administrative review would not be very helpful, because we'd have to start almost like gathering the information now, which is the information I have in front of you now. The administrative review for 6 months would give more time for a permit to actually be implemented. Remember, we're reviewing the use permit of the outdoor beer garden, which is for more seats outdoors than indoors. Moving it up sooner, I doubt the restaurant is going to open sooner. And the same thing with the county board review. I doubt that the restaurant is going to open any sooner. And if it does, we do need, with an adequate county board review, an idea of how the operation is going, and the community, of course, will help us. If once they do start up and run, they get all these permits, they start up and running, and the conditions are, need to be adjusted in some sort of way. A year is probably the best way to, I don't see this, starting anytime before even the summer or even later is a good time for us to assess how an operation is run. Some of the other issues that they've spoken about were actually site plan related issues. And I'd like to go, 1 year ago, you approved a site plan amendment to the site, which would include plans showing what the new layout of the site should be. We are holding them to that. It does show that there should be a trash corral, not just a fence, but an actual trash corral like we generally require when dumpsters are not in a loading dock type situation. So that is one way that we are hoping that the sidewalk blockage would be addressed. So reviewing the use permit any sooner is not really going to be helpful, but we are currently working with the zoning enforcement and the applicant, and I see the applicant wants to say something, but we are working with them right now on getting that dumpster corrected and the site plan implemented, without which this outdoor beer garden can't even start.
Yeah, I think
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Is that Mr. Wu?
it was Mr. Cummings.
Oh, the applicant, Mr. Cummings.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
if I can even remember, I was going to agree with Mr. Schultz that we do need to actually get to implementation of the site plan. Everything has been in the process of being built out, but that enclosure needs to be finished. And that is going to help pin that dumpster down in the appropriate location. Certainly the team, Jess, if you want to lead any of our applicant team in giving an update on that, please go right ahead if there's a desire for that.
Yes, certainly.
Sure.
To address the enclosure fence, the fence was partially constructed, but was not able to be completed due to the cold weather. So once the weather improves, the team will go back out there to finish enclosing the trash dumpster. Additionally, the dumpsters are smaller, but if the small dumpsters can't contain all the trash with the Scapegoat Beer Garden being open, the property owner will increase the number of trash collections during the week to make sure there is no overflow. And as of right now, the dumpsters are clear of the sidewalk. I do have images of those if you'd like to see them, but just want to address those questions about the dumpster.
Thank you very much, Ms. Washington, for the specificity of the thoughts in addition to the context from you, Mr. Cummings. Now we'll turn to Mr. Spain.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a brief kind of clarifying question, and this is, for staff. And again, Mr. Jacoby, we hear you, I hear you. We are very sensitive to the community concerns and want to make sure we're doing right by all parties. So this is probably a broad question, and it'll probably, talk to a lot of other issues that we have here. But do we have, in your opinion, staff, sufficient resources to continue this level of monitoring and compliance? And if so, let us know. And do you anticipate there being any challenges with monitoring or compliance? Realizing, quite honestly, that the outdoor cafe hasn't even began operation. Any thoughts?
No, I don't think we have any missing resources.
Okay.
That the zoning enforcement office is working on getting them and implement the site plan, and then we have our ARI, which is going to be restarted, and the cooperation of the fire marshals and all other county facilities to make sure to monitor this site once it's in operation.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. You're muted, Mr.
Chair, you're muted.
I apologize. Thank you very much, Mr. Spain and Mr. Schultz, for your early answers on site plan and use permit. In this area, it does strike me that site plan and use permit sometimes align. I see, and so I feel that sufficiently, at least from my taste, my concerns, the use permit address issues have been addressed. But I see Ms. Cunningham. Go ahead.
I would say I similarly feel that the use permit issues are pretty well on their way to being addressed, and we will be okay in the end. I do have a question for staff, which is, aside from Wandering Dumpsters being a great band name that we should definitely have a 23rd Street South band eventually, what is prohibiting us from managing this situation today? And what do you need to make sure that the dumpsters stay in the right place today? Because it's been years, and we talked about it extensively a year ago. It shouldn't have to wait for the use permit.
It's an active zoning enforcement case right now with Aaron Shura he's the regional inspector, and he's one of the longest serving and most experienced of the zoning enforcement. I've been in close contact with him, and he just visited the site again, just a week ago. So yes, we have the capability to be able to monitor them.
Okay. And to the applicant, is there, I know this isn't particularly to the use permit, you will get it fixed by then, but in terms of being a good neighbor and a desired destination, fixing it sooner would be great, as well as seating the band, the wandering dumpster band.
Both the owners and the operator are here tonight. And I think you've at least heard from the operator, but the owners are here as well, and they can make that representation if they're ready. Or at least say something about the dumpster. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't see a hand.
Hi.
Go ahead.
There's Georgia.
Hi, it's Georgia. So we do apologize. We actually thought that we would be starting everything at the same time and didn't realize that we should have started this sooner. And honestly, we truly apologize. Once we understood that we needed to do this independently from the restaurant, then we began the process. The delay was we couldn't get American Disposal to cooperate with us and bring in smaller dumpsters. So part of the completion of the corral meant getting rid of the bigger dumpsters, the oversized dumpsters, which were designed to serve 4 restaurants. Right now, they're serving only 3, the Diner, Bonsai, and Injera. So there's more than sufficient space for the 3 restaurants. When Kendrick is up and running and Scapegoat is up and running, then of course we're going to increase the number of pickups. But they only recently brought in the smaller dumpsters that do fit, and they put them on wheels. Then the weather went nuts on us. We've restriped the parking lot. We corrected the electrical violation. We took down the lights. We wrapped all of the cords of the fans around their base so that you can see that nothing is connected. There is no electricity there at all. And the other good thing that we have been doing that has gone unnoticed, and that's okay, we're going to continue to do it. The big dumpsters edged right on the property line. All of the dumping that occurred was on Arlington County property, and we've been picking it up and we've been taking it away. And this includes debris from tree cutting to mattresses to lounge chairs to you name it. We've been so periodically, regularly removing all of this. So we felt that we had been doing our part. We didn't do enough. We didn't pay enough attention to the sidewalk issue. But right now, the dumpsters are the right size. We will return and we will complete the corral. And we have other solutions in the future. We want to research them. But right now, we promise the fence will be completed. The biofuel tank has been moved back, which was also encroaching on the sidewalk. We just apologize. We got the message wrong.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Cunningham. Thank you, Georgia.
Of course.
Just to wrap on that, I think there was a photograph that looked like it was from fairly recently that had the smaller dumpsters still encroaching on the sidewalk. Is that remediable quickly, or has it already been remedied?
For me,
If I'm able, I have photos showing that the dumpsters have been cleared of the sidewalk.
Okay.
I don't know if I can share my screen, Mr. Kushner.
It
So
might
Ms.
be
Wash-
easiest to
Yes,
send it to.
by all means.
Oh, there you go.
So that's the distance between the 23rd and today, correct? I think.
Okay.
Correct. So yes, this is 22nd Street. So you can see the sidewalk is clear, Crystal City facing in this direction. And
Got
also
it.
in the other direction.
Okay, and then there'll be a additional
There'll be additional enclosure.
fence enclosure in there.
Correct.
And then I think as Mr. Brest said, you know, an automatic closure or something so that there's not a frequent interruption of the sidewalk would probably be a good idea. Okay, that's all I've got.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the comments, the discussion. I appreciate the owner, Ms. Georgia, as well as Mr. Wu, both being here. Seeing no other hands and mindful that we do want to see that follow-up. Appreciate the specificity of the questions and from you, Ms. Cunningham, as well as colleagues, all colleagues. The question is on the motion from Mr. Carantonis, seconded by Mr. Spain. We'll do a roll call vote. First, Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr.
Aye.
Spain,
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham,
Aye.
Vice Chair Coffey,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's 5-0. Thank you each and all for bringing these issues forward, and Mr. Giacobbe as well. We look to see these issues resolved, and we want to see good administrative review in 6 months. And well, excuse me, we'll move forward from there. We will call our next item, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, of course. We are moving on now to our pulled consent items from the Saturday meeting, the first of which is item number 28B. Item number 28 was a request to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board to consider action for 2 sites in the Langston Boulevard Planning District at future dates concurrent with consideration of their associated site plan and rezoning applications. This is for one of those 2 sites, Part B, which is an amendment to the GLUP from service commercial and public to medium office apartment hotel for an area located at 3130 Langston Boulevard, associated with the Walgreens site plan application.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for the specificity. It's 28B that we're focused on here in the site. It's over to you, Mr. Manager, for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to ask Natasha Alfonso Ahmed, who is the lead on this, with assistance from Jen Smith, to walk through a very brief 2-slide presentation. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As Mason said, this is a request to advertise public hearings on a proposed GLUP amendment for the Walgreens site located at 3130 Langston Boulevard in the Area 5 West of the Langston Boulevard Planning District. The applicant has submitted a site plan, rezoning, and GLUP amendment application and is proposing to change the land use designation from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel to redevelop the existing 1-story Walgreens pharmacy and construct a 12-story mixed-use building with 300 residential units, over 7,500 square feet of ground floor retail, public open space, and overland relief. Public engagement to discuss the future GLUP amendments for the whole corridor took place during the planning process, which led, as you know, to the adoption of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan in 2023. The plan includes recommended land use designations for projects that are seeking site plan approval, such as this. The proposed GLUP amendment for the Walgreens site was also presented during the SPRC meetings, and email notices were also sent to the surrounding associations and condominiums, as well as the Langston Boulevard Alliance. The proposed GLUP designation itself is consistent with the vision of the Langston Boulevard area plan. And at the moment, a GLUP amendment is necessary to align that map with the plan goals and policies and facilitate reinvestment that achieves the plan's recommendations. The plan anticipated GLUP amendments will be considered incrementally when property owners pursued redevelopment plans. And so to initiate this change, staff is recommending that the county board authorize advertisement of public hearings on the GLUP amendments, which is merely a procedural step that is necessary to give the community notice of the proposed change prior to the county board's final consideration at a future time, concurrent with the consideration of the associated site plan and rezoning applications for the Walgreens site. So to clarify, the authorization is to advertise the public hearings. This does not imply that the county board supports or approves the proposed GLUP amendment at this time. I would also like to note that we anticipate other projects along the corridor that will be coming to the Planning Commission as well as the County Board for approval in the very near future. And so we will be asking the county board again to authorize the advertisement of public hearings for other GLUP amendments later this year. And that concludes my presentation. So I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work on this, Mr. Alfonso Ahmed, and with support from Ms. Smith. Let's see, Mr. Clerk, I believe that we do not have an applicant presentation because this is our own process. I believe that there are no advisory group presentations unless I'm mistaken.
We do actually have Ms. Nia Bagley should be joining us on the line today with the Planning Commission to
Sure. Chair
offer
Bagley,
comment.
are you there? Let's see, I'm trying to look through.
I am
Chair.
not seeing Ms. Bagley in the meeting participants. We would be happy to reach out to her.
Sure, that'd be fine. In this case, why don't we go to our public speakers, hear from our public speakers, and then if we need to loop back to Ms. Bagley, that's consistent with our practice of hearing advice upon questions from the board. So to our public speakers first.
Of course, a moment. I am pulling the list up. While I pull up the speaker list as a preview, our first speaker on this item is Mr. Zachary Williams, speaking for 3 minutes, followed by Ms. Jacqueline Snelling, speaking for the Lion Village Civic Association, speaking for 5. Speaker list and timer should be visible to you.
Mr. Williams, I can see he looks muted at the moment. I mean, not in appearance, but in his microphone looks muted, I should say. Mr. Williams, are you audible?
I am now.
Great. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Zach Williams. I'm a land use attorney with Venable, and I represent the applicant on this site, Rooney Properties. As Ms. Alfonso Ahmed mentioned, this is merely a procedural step to advertise the GLUP amendment change. When the Langston plan was approved, the county board determined that GLUP amendments would be approved on a site-by-site basis. And that is exactly what is happening on this site. Along with a 4.1 site plan and a rezoning, there is a GLUP amendment application also running concurrent with those other applications, and that follows the guidance in the plan. The GLUP amendment that's been proposed is consistent with the plan, as Ms. Alfonso Ahmed also mentioned. There's nothing about the request that's out of the ordinary or a deviation in any way. And I'd also mention that to the extent that there is any contention or belief that there was a requirement that this site be consolidated with the pawn shop site, that was never set out in the plan as a requirement. While there was some expectation that that could happen, for various reasons, it was not able to happen in this case. And in any event, there's no prerequisite that occur before the GLUP amendment change can move forward. So with that, I will give back my time and thank you. If there's any questions, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next speaker.
Absolutely. Our next speaker is Ms. Jacqueline Snelling, speaking for 5 minutes. Just a moment. Ms. Snelling, ready when you are.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you. I'm here tonight to support the Langston Boulevard vision and the requirements needed in order to achieve this new neighborhood in the Langston Boulevard corridor. This is not just about a building and units. It is a placemaking in the full meaning of the word, and it is our hope for the future. We have to get it right. This RTA and GLUP review are not pro forma since the conditions have changed. The buildable area is now significantly smaller, and the site is now too small to meet the requirements for the planned 12-story GLUP. Throughout this process, our focus is on the vision and the factors required to transform this section of Langston Boulevard from a busy commuter highway to a safe, attractive, and inviting main street. The current 12-story GLUP and the building fail to do this. The requirement for achieving all of this needs ground level space. The factors identified by the Langston Boulevard vision and staff recording community feedback include wider sidewalks and streetscapes to distance from the highway and streets, and to create safe, attractive pedestrian pathways and bike paths. Larger tree zones to support larger trees, and inviting green plaza space for outdoor shade and public gathering, more pickup and drop-off space for safe access for residents and retail customers, step downs to the low density neighborhood level that is directly across Kirkwood, and adequate stormwater mitigation. So what has changed to make this space too small to support all of these critical objectives? First, the parties were not able, as Zach mentioned, to consolidate the area to include the pawn shop site, with a loss of about 25% of the total area. The area that this club covers is about 100 square feet, with the Walgreens at the 75K that was mentioned, and the pawn shop at 25. Planning for the GLUP was based on the argument that this GLUP of 10 stories would provide sufficient revenue to purchase the pawn shop site. But as we know, the shop site could not be acquired. Now, this area reduction is significant because it would have permitted parking, green space, and stormwater management to accommodate the building density. It also would have allowed a entrance to the building off of Langston Boulevard, and many of the safety issues that are now there with come from having to move this to Kirkwood to be able to have an entrance and exit from the building, because you can't enter in the middle of the property because it's a pawn shop. Second, further study of stormwater has identified that significantly more space was required in an unexpected location, resulting in changes to setback locations and green space. The water pathway moved to internal space not along Kirkwood as planned. The south setback along Kirkwood was decreased by 10 feet. The tree zones were reduced by 2 feet from 8.5 feet to 6 feet. There's now 1 8-foot PUDO rather than 2, and the first floor retail space has been raised 180 feet. So when you look at the beautiful pictures, please remember that they are not to scale, and scale is what matters here. We greatly appreciate that the owner developer Rooney and Venable have worked collaboratively with transparency throughout this process and have made a very sincere effort to meet these requirements. But the changed conditions have them trying to put 2 pounds of vision and requirement into a 1 pound box. What we want to do with this is to ask you to please take a close look at the area and conditions when they come before you, as we know them now, and consider a small reduction in the GLUP and the density to transform this area into a new walkable neighborhood with a green main street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Snelling, for that. Those comments. We'll get to them in just a minute, and I'll offer editorial comments at the appropriate time, not right after hearing them. Let's see. I believe that the conversation is now with the board. Is that correct, Mr. Kushner? Is there any other speakers to come before us?
I do not believe so. I will turn to Mr. Davis to verify.
There are no additional speakers on this item.
Got it. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will have discussion. As we do, I'd like to open the floor should anyone have initial questions or a motion to get us at least moving. Board Member Cunningham.
I guess this is first a question for staff and maybe just an explanation for the community. We would not typically pull a consent item that's a request to advertise. The reason we agreed to do so this time is this is literally the first project on the Langston Boulevard plan. And so we wanted to take a minute and just to help people understand how that plan steps through the procedures towards becoming an actual building and development. And so Anthony or Shannon, might you be ready to step us through those phases?
Certainly. Good evening. Thank you for the question, Board Member Cunningham. So yes, as you noted, the request to advertise in the instance for 28B is really a procedural step. It was anticipated when the board adopted the Langston Boulevard area plan a couple of years ago, that with future site plan proposals to be considered by the board, that the general land use plan would be amended consistent with the area plan vision. And so, as you know, anytime the board is considering a amendment to the general land use plan, we do an RTA as a procedural step. And so that is exactly what we are doing here. And we are asking the board to advertise public hearings so that when the site plan is ready to come to the county board for its full consideration, we have appropriately met this procedural step, and the county board has given its authority for us to advertise public hearings. And when the site plan is considered by the board in conjunction with a rezoning where applicable, you have all the pieces in place that you need to also be able to take an action on the land use plan component itself. So hopefully that's a short but thorough response to how this step fits into the overall process.
Okay, so all that to say, I would say, Ms. Snelling, we really appreciate you elevating this concern, which will probably be played out in greater detail as we get into the final GLUP amendment and the rezoning and the site plan, which will all be kind of discussed together. But we really appreciate you flagging it for us and appreciate your work and the broader Langston Boulevard community's work to educate a very broad group of civic associations and to step through these fairly new processes together as we finally get some redevelopment beginning to move forward on Langston.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I see Mr. Spain. We'll move towards a motion in a minute, but first, Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I think I'll make these these are the comments I'll have, because this is as we've stated, just to advertise. But I just want Ms. Snelling to hear from me, and I know Chair DeFerranti, you're probably just aligned as well. You and I had an opportunity to go take that walk with Jackie and a number of folks in the community to look firsthand on some of the issues that have been brought up. And I think even though we're early in the process, right, as some of our questions and the concerns of the neighborhood, and I take that seriously as the county board liaison to the Langston Boulevard Alliance, we'll monitor it closely when we think about alignment with the LBA vision and some design flexibility. I think stormwater and transitions, all of those things. But we're early in the process, and I just want Ms. Snelling and everyone else to know that what you're presenting to us and to what Ms. Cunningham has brought forward, we're educating the community through this. We hear you, and we're going to work hand in hand to make sure all parties are in the know and that nothing's done in the dark. So really appreciate you coming out, and I look forward to moving this, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey, the Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, I'd be happy to offer a motion now that I think we've gotten some of the initial comments out of the way, not to cut off, we can keep discussing, but so I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation in the board report dated January 16, 2026, namely to adopt the resolution to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to future dates concurrent with consideration of the Walgreens site plan and rezoning applications, site plan 24-00004 / site plan number 481 and rezoning 24-00004 to consider and resolve to amend the GLUP from service commercial and public to medium office apartment hotel for an area located at 3130 Langston Boulevard as shown in attachment 4 to the board report.
Motion's been made. I'll second it. I hope I'm not stealing anyone's thunder in doing so. I hope that's okay. I do want to ask a couple of questions. Really appreciate the framing that you offered, Ms. Cunningham, and it's the right process for us to have this discussion to really listen to the concerns that you mentioned, Ms. Snelling, and I think all five of us, I believe, went out to have a walk on the property. And so I don't know whether this is to Ms. Alfonso Ahmed, or to our attorney. It's sort of a question for both of us, for both of you. And Ms. Snelling mentioned that she believes that it's and Mr. Williams spoke to this as well, that it's a necessary preceding condition that the property include the current pawn shop property. And I don't know that that's the case. I wanted to see if I could get to ask that question to the both of you so that you could tell us it's a planning for an area. And I'm mindful that the height is significant here. And there are homes across the way. There's also 66 behind, but can you speak at all to the argument that the plan required that there was this? We will take it up at the site plan, I'm sure, but I also wanted to see if I could try to get a little specific to understand the question that Ms. Snelling and Mr. Williams both spoke to.
Sure, I'm happy to take that that question and clarify that a little bit more. As you may recall, we had multiple conversations throughout the planning process about height and density and what should be allowed where and how much and all of that. The plan itself recognizes that meeting many of the plan's goals, are dependent on lot consolidation. We talked a lot about how there are so many lots along the corridor, they're very small. And to meet all of the goals and recommendations, lot consolidation is necessary in many cases. But the plan encourages it, right? That is why we have a lot of, we have a mechanism for which property owners and applicants can request additional height and additional density in a controlled way, ensuring that it meets, a lot of the objectives that the plan has. But having said that, the plan does not require it. It is certainly not a condition for building to the maximum, height and density that is allowed on a site. In fact, when we made very specific and very careful considerations and recommendations for height along the corridor, we looked at those parcels like the Walgreens site, which is in and of itself, by itself, a larger site, much larger than the typical sites that you find along the corridor. And so the recommendations for height and density on that particular site were really based on its proximity to metro, right? And topography, which allows for better transitions with height, step backs and all of that. So it really wasn't based on whether or not it would be consolidated. It's just the fact that it happens to be in a prime location that's accessible to metro. It's got the right conditions to be able to scale things down appropriately to the adjacent neighborhood. And we want to see that kind of development happen because they are accomplishing many of the goals that the plan has, not only for Area 5, but for the whole corridor. So hopefully that answers
Great.
that.
That helps, and certainly, I think that you fully answered the question. With respect to the stormwater piece, that feels, at least for me, I'm sufficiently satisfied that that's a site plan, an issue that we can address later. So with that, not seeing any hands, I will ask for a vote on the motion. Is there, let's see, the motion was made by Ms. Coffey and I seconded it. So colleagues, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Ms. Coffey, do you vote aye?
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well since I seconded it. Ms. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Spain?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for the comments and the preparation, Ms. Snelling in particular, excuse me. So really appreciate it. We know you will be engaged going forward, and we look forward to that engagement. Absolutely. Next, will you call the next item? I believe it's item 29, Mr. Kushner.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. With one just quick note for those who might be viewing, you may have noticed that some of our previous presentations were not displaying on the live feed. There was a technical issue. We are working through it. I'd just like everyone to know that those presentations are available through the meeting's agenda and will be available on the final video once uploaded. So apologies for the momentary inconvenience. They will be included in the final video when uploaded. With that, happy to call item number 29, which is a moment. Consideration of the following actions pertaining to the 2847 Wilson Boulevard Special GLUP Study. So two-part item. Part A is acceptance of the 2847 Wilson Boulevard Special General Land Use Plan Study document, and Part B is the request to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider an amendment to the General Land Use Plan from service commercial and low residential to all service commercial, and to incorporate the entire site into the Clarendon Revitalization District as being in the realm of consideration for the area located at 2847 Wilson Boulevard and 1421 and 1425 North Fillmore Street.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate it very much. It's over to the manager for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I'm going to ask Margaret Tulloch Rhodes to go ahead with the lead on the presentation. She's also assisted as needed by Matt Ladd, Angie de la Barrera, and Andrew Hayes. So over to you, Margaret Tulloch Rhodes, the master of special gloves.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to make this a brief presentation. So as you just heard, the actions for County Board consideration are acceptance of the 2847 Wilson Boulevard Special GLUP Study document and authorization of the advertisement of public hearings to consider GLUP amendments for this property concurrent with a date for a future development application. For a little bit of context, we typically have a Tier 1 review for our special GLUP studies and then a Tier 2 review. And in the interest of efficiency, this is a small site, we did a hybrid Tier 1 and Tier 2 review. So the Tier 1 review really asks that question to study or not to study, and if so, through what process. And the Tier 2 review looks at, in a little bit more depth, land use, density, zoning, etc. And the outcome is what we're here for tonight, the request to advertise a GLUP amendment and the bringing forward of a study document that memorializes the findings of the study. And then should the county board move forward with those, the advertisement, etc., there would be a next process, the site plan review process, and that would really look in much greater depth at a specific development application, in this case, a UCMUD Unified Commercial Mixed Use Development application. And at that time, there would be a discussion of more detail about transportation, architecture, etc. The requested amendment here is to expand the Clarendon Revitalization District boundary to incorporate the full site and change the low residential portion of the site, the northern portion of the site, to service commercial so that the entire site is service commercial. It is anticipated that there would be a future rezoning request from R6 and C3 to a C district to enable mixed-use development under the Unified Commercial Mixed-Use Development provisions per the Clarendon Sector Plan. The applicant is looking to redevelop the site with a 4 to 5 story residential building and ground floor retail fronting Wilson Boulevard and with underground parking. Here we can see an excerpt from the General Land Use Plan or GLUP map. You can see that there are split GLUP designations of service commercial in the pink there along Wilson Boulevard and low residential in the yellow to the north of the site, on the northern portion of the site, and that the site is also partially located within the Clarendon Revitalization District boundary. And that boundary is the black dashed line that coincides roughly with the service commercial district area. Here we have an excerpt from our zoning map. You can see the site is also split zoned with C3 on the southern portion of the site and R6 on the northern portion of the site. In terms of existing conditions, the site is currently occupied by the Thurgood Marshall Building and a large surface parking lot. There is approximately 32% tree canopy coverage with multiple species, particularly along the northern edge of the site. It is a relatively flat site of about 3/4 of an acre. The Thurgood Marshall Building is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, or HRI, as notable. However, it has experienced significant modifications since it was built around circa 1920 as a chapel, and it is not recommended for preservation in the Clarendon Sector Plan. Here we have an overview from the Clarendon Sector Plan. Infill development is recommended for this site with a maximum height of 45 feet and a base density of 1.5 floor area ratio, or FAR. It calls for a 25-foot setback from abutting R lots, and there is an R lot to the north, and then there's also an R lot on the adjacent bank and gym property. And rear setbacks are recommended. There are two approaches. So there's the 3-story 40-foot option with no step backs, or a 4-story 45-foot option with a 25-foot deep setback at the 25-foot building height limit, and 35-foot building height. The Unified Commercial Mixed-Use District, or UCMUD, was established to enable residential development in service commercial zoning districts with county board use permit approval. And the Clarendon UCMUD applies to the service commercial areas with GLUP designations and C zoning along the edges of Clarendon. And it's recommended for lower heights in this area, 45 feet, as we just saw. It calls for ground floor retail. There's a formulaic affordable housing contribution for density over 1.5 FAR, and there is flexibility for the county board to modify most of the zoning standards, except for the maximum building height. And here is an overview of the guiding planning principles that we developed through the process with LRPC, Long Range Planning Committee, and community input. And this is just a summary, and the full guiding principles can be found in the study document. We're calling for the application of the recommendations and guidelines of the Clarendon Sector Plan, applying the UCMUD regulations, recognizing the maximum height limit of 45 feet, as well as the county board's discretion to modify that. That building scale, massing, and materials should complement and transition well to adjacent properties with historic buildings. That conserving the existing tree canopy and landscape spaces and expanding where possible is important. And that an UCMUD proposal that allows a 5-story development up to from 55 to 60 feet could be considered if there is a clear setback from the northern property line that exceeds the 25-foot minimum, that there are step backs at the 4th and 5th stories that provide an appropriate transition to adjacent properties to the north, and that the tree canopy meaningfully exceeds the minimum recommendation of the Clarendon Sector Plan. Here is a little snapshot of the first 3 scenarios that we looked at with the Long Range Planning Committee. The first is a by right scenario on just the C3 portion of the site. You can see we're assuming about 13,800 square feet of retail and surface parking. Scenario 2 shows an UCMUD scenario, again on the existing C3 parcels only, of up to 3 stories or 40 feet, and we're showing about 8,000 square feet of retail and 19 to 23 residential units. The next scenario shows an UCMUD development across the full site. This is at 3 stories, and it's showing approximately 3,400 square feet of retail and 82 to 96 residential units. Scenarios 4 and 5 show the site with, for scenario 4, again, an UCMUD scenario across the full site at the 4-story, 45-foot height. And you're seeing about 3,400 square feet of retail and 59 to 68 units. And here you can see that there are the appropriate step backs and setbacks called for in the UCMUD standards. Scenario 5 is at the same height as scenario 4, but we modified the step backs here and the setbacks. And so this achieves the same amount of retail and 73 to 85 residential units. Following the LRPC or Long Range Planning Committee meeting, where the LRPC members expressed interest in seeing a greater setback to the property to the north, and a clear setback, one not encumbered by driveways or ramping, etc. The applicant suggested that perhaps, there could be an additional scenario with additional height on the Wilson Boulevard side in return for a greater clear setback to the north. And that's what we modeled here. And you can see the 35-foot clear setback. And this is something that we socialized during our public engagement session that we had online for 2 weeks in November. And there is generally more support for this than not. And so we wanted to share this scenario. It shows, again, the same amount of retail, but with 82 to 96 residential units. And here we have a brief summary of our community input. We had our Long Range Planning Committee meeting the end of September. There was a general consensus that the proposed amendments are in the realm of consideration. There was a strong preference for the clear setback to the north, and a preference for both step backs and setbacks. And there was also strong support for conserving the existing tree canopy to the extent possible. Our online engagement session on the draft study document was very similar in terms of the feedback that we gotten during the LRPC meeting. And there was slightly more support for the redevelopment up to 5 stories than not. And to conclude, staff recommends that the county board adopt the attached resolution to accept the study document and adopt the attached resolution to advertise future hearings on dates concurrent with consideration of a future UCMUD use permit and rezoning applications to consider GLUP amendments as previously discussed. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and educating us on that fully, Ms. Rhodes, and really appreciate it. Now we will turn, I believe on this one, we may have an advisory group presentation.
Yes, we do. I believe Ms. Bagley's here for this item as well as represents from the applicant. Oh, pardon me. Ms. Bagley's online.
Ms. Bagley.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chair and County Board members. For the record, Leah Bagley, Planning Commission. As you'll note from our letter, we didn't have a lengthy discussion on this item. We followed up on concerns raised in public comment and mentioned issues we'll be interested in during the UCMUD process. We did vote for your, we did unanimously vote for your adoption of the 2 motions. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bagley. We'll now we'll stay close. We may have questions as we did on Saturday. And we'll now turn to our public comment. Mr. Kushner, would you call the first 2 speakers or first speaker?
Yes, of course. Although, Mr. Chair, I do want to note we may have representatives from the applicant with us to either offer remark or be available question or comment.
So first off, are there representatives from the applicant? I see Mr. Adams, is that correct?
That is correct. Good evening.
Did you have a presentation before being available for questions?
Yeah, just
go ahead.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, just a very brief sort of presentation or just a couple remarks. So I guess first, good evening, and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Scott Adams. I'm a land use attorney with McGuire Woods. And represent the potential developer of the site at 2847 Wilson Boulevard, 5 Squares Development, we have representatives from that group on the line as well. And they're a DC-based real estate firm. This is their first project in Northern Virginia, and I know they're very excited to be a part of the Arlington community. The actions before you tonight really are intended to create the framework to take what's currently a vacant surface parked building and transform it into what will be a high quality mixed use project that we think better balances and respects the site's location in Clarendon, but also its close proximity to single family homes in Lyon Village. As staff mentioned, the driver for the current special GLUP study is just the split GLUP designation on the site, with a portion of it being included in the Clarendon Revitalization District as well. And so the acceptance of the special GLUP study and the approval of the request to advertise really just set the table for a more holistic review of the site moving forward. I guess creating the ability to apply a consistent kind of review that we hope will better meet the goals of the Clarendon sector plan, but also create a design that really respects the adjacent single family homes. And as staff mentioned, would allow us to file for the rezoning and the unified commercial mixed use development application. So I won't get into too much on the scenario 6, but really the intent there was in discussions that we've been having with Lyon Village and coming out of the LRPC meeting to create a design that I think better transitions to our single family neighbors. And I'll appreciate the opportunity and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, and thank you to the developer for I believe having representatives here and the interest in our community. With that, I will turn to our clerk for our public speakers.
Certainly. One moment, please. Our first speaker on this item is Mr. Jay Brodsky, speaking for 3 minutes.
Mr. Brodsky.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, I wanted to join you tonight to make sure that the redevelopment of 2847 Wilson is a project that's on your radar. I know that the board doesn't normally get deeply involved at this stage in the GLUP amendment process, but there's not a clear parallel here to previous GLUP study efforts. And we're increasingly seeing novel land use issues as Arlington redevelops for a new generation. As near as I can tell, the last time a significant parcel of residential property was reclassified as commercial was some 30 years ago, when a plan to build a Home Depot was proposed for what's now the Crossing Clarendon's Barnes & Noble, a row of townhouses, and a well-used park. Now, nobody I know is saying that we'd rather have an empty parking lot at Wilson and Fillmore rather than the housing that's being proposed. But the transportation issues, height and density, and green space concerns are particularly challenging because of where this project sits. This undertaking is in a buffer zone between two neighborhoods on a parcel that spans two zoning categories and two land use designations. The planning for the parcel is defined in two separate board-accepted documents. One concrete example of the challenge: where does the garage exit go? The neighborhood conservation plan speaks of traffic concerns with the very narrow North Fillmore Street, but the sector plan expresses the desire to minimize driveways on Wilson Boulevard. It's not clear which gets more weight: the neighborhood plan's setbacks and gradients and residential character, or the sector plan and its first floor retail with continuous day and evening activity. But by rushing ahead with a GLUP study and accepting its conclusions tonight without fully addressing this conflicting guidance is to choose one plan as more important than the other for a property with 1 foot in each plan. Now, we want to make sure that you and staff are aware of our concerns: traffic and pedestrian safety, height and density, green space, but also to make sure simply that the guidance in this new document is clear. There's plenty of work ahead of us all, and I'm committed to working closely with the Planning Commission through the development process. But as we continue to rebuild parts of Arlington, we need to hone our processes to make sure that all inputs are considered, all voices are heard, and all guidance is clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. The conversation, are there any additional speakers?
I do not believe so, but I'll turn to Mr. Davis to confirm.
There are no additional speakers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. The conversation is now with the board. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky, as well as Chair Bagley and Mr. Adams. I do want to come to the question, but I believe that actually, maybe I can just ask Ms. Rhodes this question before I will be ready to make a motion. Mr. Brodsky raised the question of the sector plan versus the neighborhood plan, and we have a different approach. We accept neighborhood plans, but it is the officially adopted policy. This is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. That the area plans are the policies of the county, which can be changed, but there is a distinction. Do I have it broadly right? And can you put in better planning speak what I tried to approximate verbally there?
That's correct. The neighborhood plans are written by the neighborhood and they are, I believe, accepted by the county board, whereas the county plans are written by county staff with community input and they are adopted by the county board. And if I misspoke, Mr. Fusarelli can jump in.
Maybe some context. We do want to value our neighborhood plans, but and it's also the case that there's a sort of a fulsome planning rigor that we try to bring with our area plans, even though some have some time since we've readopted them. Anything to add, Mr. Fusarelli? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do just want to confirm, but I do think that it has up until recently been our tradition to have the special GLUP study documents adopted by the county board. A couple years ago, I do believe we made we evolved the process whereby we do bring forward the special GLUP study documents now to the board for acceptance as well. However, I think the context there is important in that that acceptance of that document is intended to lead to the board's subsequent adoption of a general land use plan amendment. And so I think everything that Ms. Rhodes mentioned in terms of the authorship of those two different types of plans is entirely accurate. But I did just want to, on the record, clarify that we've shifted to acceptance for a variety of reasons, but doesn't necessarily, I think, take away from the fact that it is intended to inform the board's policy, land use policy for that site through a future action.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I see your hand, Mr. Carantonis. I'll let you take a crack at this. I'm also, once you're done, I'll be ready with a motion. Go ahead. And Ms. Coffey as well. I'm not trying to slow debate right now. You're on mute though.
I could also wait for your motion, but I have one question. So this is the motions on the table will be is a two-pronged motion. One is to accept the special GLUP study document, and the other is to advertise future hearings for the GLUP amendment that is implied there. So Mr. Brodsky brought up the discussion, as an example, the discussion of the transportation impact. So this is for Ms. Rhodes Talc Roads. Can you just explain how, for example, transportation considerations go into the 5 or 6 scenarios that you went through, and how at the end the location of the entrance of the parking garage, for example, is actually a site plan issue?
Yes, thank you. So we did a preliminary trip generation analysis based on our scenarios that we showed, our 6 scenarios. And then that's a preliminary analysis. And then should an UCMUD application be filed, we would require a more fulsome transportation analysis. That's when we would do our full multimodal transportation assessment. And at that time, there would be an actual project in front of the UCMUD committee, and the planning commission and the county board, and then we could identify exactly what the trip generation would be and then how that should be handled. And it would be at that time with a specific proposal that there would need to be discussions with the UCMUD committee, which is very similar to our site plan review committee that you all may be more familiar with, and with the Transportation Commission about where that entrance and exit should be. And that would need to be discussed and evaluated at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, and I think to really pick up right where you left off, if there is something that is called for in one of the planning documents, and as the UCMUD site plan process plays out, it seems like it is maybe conflicting with what we would ideally like to see or with what the neighborhood today wants in practice. How controlling are those adopted planning guidelines in terms of the ability to make individual case-by-case decisions based on the site-specific facts?
Sure. So the Clarendon sector plan, which was adopted by the county board, and then the special GLUP study document that we're recommending the county board accept, are both policy documents. And so they're not legally binding documents. They provide guidance and a framework for you to evaluate the application and to discuss, the specifics. And so they're not binding. So I think we'd want to look to our Department of Environmental Services staff and their traffic and transportation analysis and see what really makes sense for this specific site. So that could all be worked out at that next step. The special GLUP study is intended to be kind of the high-level land use study and look. And then the UCMUD review would be a much finer-grained look and with a specific project in mind that everyone can discuss. And we certainly want community input and committee input throughout the review process.
Great, thank you. And I'll just, since I'm already on, I'll make my concluding comments that I had the opportunity to talk extensively with Mr. Brodsky last night at Open Door Monday, and definitely understand and hear, the thoughts and concerns. And I think every special GLUP study, people want, a little bit more of the details than we can necessarily work out at this stage. And I think I just really encourage staff as we proceed with the next planning phase of this to really take on a case-by-case basis each of these potential conflicts that may come up. And I hope we can work to resolution on every single one. I am not so optimistic that I believe that there will be nothing left in conflict, but I do think that the GLUP planning guidance here is in the right place and sets us up for success. So thank you. And with that, I will be done on this item.
Great, thank you, colleagues. I much foreshadowed a motion, but we will proceed now. We've heard from folks. So Ms. Cunningham, I think you were first. I'm not certain, and then Mr. Spain. But go ahead.
Yeah, I won't belabor it here, but I think this is Mr. Brodsky's appeal here to think about where our neighborhood plans and our area plans bump up against each other is part of a bigger conversation that we need to keep having and get tighter, I think, which is we're a community that has created a lot of plans over time, which has really been the story of our success in many ways. But I think what we're hearing here is that there's a pecking order of the plans to some extent. And I think that's come up in other places, at least in my short time on the board, in terms of comp plan versus zoning, neighborhood plan versus area plan, and then special GLUP as its own beast. And I just would ask our planning team and our board as well as our community to commit to trying to make that make more sense to the average community member, and to make sure that even if there is a pecking order, that all that work that's gone into those plans and visions is not lost when they're bumped up against each other. So I think just want to name that we still have some work to do, at least to explain it. And I think actually to clarify it even amongst ourselves. And I think that would be very, very useful to do if a little bit of a difficult conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it real, tight and brief. And I took some time to look through the report, and it appeared quite obvious that the Planning Commission had some very thoughtful conversations about some of the things we've already addressed, whether that's the massing and the transitions alike. But I guess what I'll get to real quick is something that Ms. Cunningham kind of teed out at this early stage of the process, even though I'm very comfortable supporting staff recommendations. And I think the concerns that come up are going to be fully addressed in either, UGMUD or SPRC. I was at a meeting last night with a civic association not too far away, and their big concern is about process and about not, they're not being heard. And I think we have these unique opportunities, right? Even with this project, where in the vein of public transparency and engagement, we have to get this right. So I want to know more, and maybe this is not the time, Mr. Chair, but understanding what I heard earlier about the Thurgood Marshall site, and that is an HRI, which is Human Historic Resources Inventory. That means it presents some type of potential historical significance. I think there'll be a conversation to have later on down the road about intent to move or name at another site, given Thurgood Marshall in and of itself. So other than that, I want to move forward, and I'm comfortable again with supporting staff's recommendations. And we hear you, Mr. Brodsky. And I think if there's anything to take away from this, let's try to make sure the process is clean and that the community is in the know, right? And along the way, because it's always been kind of problematic. But this is an area, quite honestly, that needs reinvestment. And I know exactly where it's at because it's not too far here from the county board, right? So we need to do some work. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think colleagues have offered nuanced thoughts that probably are add much value to my sort of thoughts and initial question with respect to neighborhood plan, and perhaps that may, Mr. Brodsky, I hope that you feel that the board as a whole has addressed your concerns. And that's not to say it's done at all, but at least tried to give you a full evaluation and engagement with what you've shared. Certainly, Ms. Rhodes' comments with respect to potentially and or certainly engaging our full staff, including DES, I hope they're helpful. We have work ahead of us. We also have me to get to a motion, which I will move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations in the board report dated January 5th, 15th, 2026, namely to 1, adopt the resolution to accept the 2847 Wilson Boulevard Special General Land Use Plan Study Document Attachment 2 to the board report, and 2, adopt the resolution to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the county board on dates concurrent with the consideration of future unified commercial mixed-use development, UCMUD use permit, and rezoning applications to consider and resolve to amend the general land use plan, the GLUP for the site from service commercial and low residential to all service commercial, and to incorporate the entire site into the Clarendon Revitalization District as being in the realm of consideration for the area located at 2847 Wilson Boulevard and 1421 and 1425 North Fillmore Street, as shown in attachment 4 to the board report. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. I think all colleagues have offered thoughts. Without objection, I will move to a vote. All those in favor, we will do a roll call vote. Oh, all
Yeah,
those.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you have comments, Mr. Karantonis?
No, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
No problem. We'll do a roll call vote. As chair, I vote aye on the motion. Mr. Karantonis,
Would I?
Miss Vice Chair Coffey,
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Spain.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for those who came on this item. We'll now move on to additional items, and there are a couple of those. I will begin by discussing approval of contract amendments, and we have a motion with respect to our direct reports that I will make. I move that the county board approve the amendments to the employment agreements with the county manager, the county attorney, the county auditor, and the clerk to the board, and authorize the chairman to sign each of the aforesaid amendments on behalf of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Karantonis.
Just one, there is not an amendment to the county attorney, so that should not be part of the motion.
Thank you. I will amend my motion to exclude the county attorney. It's good that our county attorney caught that he shouldn't have been in the motion. That's a good sign.
A test.
Mr. Karantonis, are you amenable to that?
And I am amenable to the amended motion. I second that.
Great. That is an extraordinary test that I didn't even know I was going to put in there, but I appreciate it. These are our direct reports, and we are grateful for the work of our direct reports to the county board. We are also mindful that it is not an easy budget year, and we all have sought to be focused on providing a thorough process and valuing our reports while also being fiscally responsible as we try to be in all of our decisions. There is a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote because we're virtual. Vice Chair Coffey, how do you vote on the amendments?
Aye.
On the motion, you vote aye. Thank you. Mr. Spain.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye as well. Those amendments pass 5-0. Next, I have a motion that I will make. I'll read the motion. And colleagues, just bear with me and listen as we follow this motion. I move that the county board join an amicus brief in support of the defendant's motion to dismiss in United States versus Minnesota et al. Case number 25-CV-0379, pending in the United States District Court of Minnesota, and authorize the county attorney or his designee to sign and file or join any documents or take any other action necessary to effectuate the same. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Spain. I will ask for a roll call vote unless colleagues particularly have questions or want to engage in discussion. Vice Chair Coffey.
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Spain.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That motion passes 5-0. Mr. Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board?
Beyond perhaps taking stock of our snowshoes and crampons, I could no further items, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, any other items to come before the board? Not seeing any. Mr. Schwartz, you promised way earlier today to update us on art. We will push that information out separately as to timing, if that is okay with everyone else. Colleagues, I will not recess this meeting at this time like I did on Saturday. I will adjourn the meeting. Are there any other objections? Without objection, we are adjourned.
Mr. Chair.
Can
Can I just ask if the manager's able, it might be helpful to go ahead and give the update on art and opening status tomorrow, just so people get it all different ways. Is he able to hear it?
Particularly opening status
on
tomorrow.
Opening status, first off, Arlington Public Schools is closed for tomorrow. Trash pickup is suspended for tomorrow. County facilities will be opening at 10 o'clock. That will hopefully allow things to warm up a little bit. And our recreation centers, libraries will be closing at 6 in light of the oncoming cold. And we'll have hopefully as full a complement as we can, serving you in our facilities tomorrow.
And Art?
Oh, and Art. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. We have the routes that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to have to pull that up. Hold on for 1 second. We are hoping to have them fully operational, assuming we can clear the sort of the turnaround spots we have for them. Hold on 1 second, because I'll give you the exact details for routes 41, 45, 51, 55, 77, and 87 starting tomorrow morning. We'll have it's called a severe level of service, which is sort of a reduced level, hopefully in place tomorrow morning. And we're working all night to remove snow and ice from our layover and bus turnaround areas. So there will be some service tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, and thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate it. With that, any objections to adjournment? Seeing none, we are adjourned for these meetings. Everybody stay warm, stay safe, and we will continue to work to try and serve you as well as we can on your county board. Thank you.
Bye.